Assalamu alaikum. All right. Let me just check that we is live. All right. So, just check on the audio, make sure that's going through. If you guys, anybody tuning in, just let me know if you can hear the audio. All good. Shukran. Noor. Ahlan wa sahlan. Salamu alaikum from Florida. All right. بسم الله إن الحمد لله وكفاه والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فالسلام الله على القوم. Wow, ya salam. You know, this almost today didn't go ahead. One, two other things, and then when I finally freed from that, you know, the camera I use, it has this portable, it has this kind of the power lead to it, an adapter. And I don't know where I couldn't find where my little one, the gremlin, the demon, should I say, he had, I don't know why, but had misplaced it somewhere. So I looked everywhere. I was like, ya salam. And obviously without that, the camera won't operate. So, but you know something, sometimes when everything seems to be going in the wrong direction, that is a sign to move forward in that direction. Allah. You see, it's counterintuitive. People think when things are going wrong that it's a sign to back off. And sure, I mean, that makes sense as well in certain circumstances, clearly. But sometimes it is that is when you strike. Allah, Allah, Allah. And the divine algorithm unfolds before you. So, people, what I wanted to do today is I wanted to really just get on with what I'm going to cover, try to compress today's session so as to cover what I want and need to cover and get some of you on as guests and still have enough time. All right, let me just see, where is the file? Ya salam. I need to, you know what? I just realized I've got a bunch of these here. I should start deleting them so as to not confuse myself. Allah, Allah. Let's take that back. Your legacy shall speak for itself. Allah, kya baat hai, huh? Your legacy shall speak for itself. That's what I'm talking about. Right, and faith, a favor unto us. What do I mean by this, and what is this talking about Quranic guidance? And I thought since we'd introduced introduced previously Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak and other legends, when will we introduce the Don of Medina, Imam Malik himself? So why not today, people? That's what we'll do. So, yeah, right. Let me take a look. Allah, Allah. And in light of legacy, people, two quotes that I thought, kya baat hai. Look at the style. And you, when will you begin that long journey into yourself? See, often the greatest journey is counterintuitively the shortest journey, because it's really into yourself, which once again is the most profound and in-depth journey that you'll ever take in life. Kya baat hai. And with that, kahen kya jo pooche koi humse mir, jahan mein tum aaye the, kya kar chale. That jahan mein tum aaye the, you did come into this world. That what shall we say, Mir, when they ask us that you did come into this world, but what did you leave behind? That's the. So let me. This is. Need to get a haircut again. It's that time, shall I say? Let me check who has tuned in, people. Right. Big man saying Assalamu alaikum Mufti Saab, wa alaikum assalam. Right back at you. Salman White, wa alaikum assalam. Shukran Yunus, Allah bless you. Audio is good on Facebook. Fahad Alam, much love from the land down under. That's all right. Repping Australia. Kya baat hai. Brian Davis. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa alaikum assalam. Gibran Fizza Saeed. I don't know who Fizza Saeed is. Please log on. Clear. Ahlan wa sahlan. Much love. And Clay saying it's always Zara's fault. It's always Zozo's fault. Rosalina, ahlan wa sahlan, welcome back. Haven't seen you on the live stream in quite a while. Adam Isa, all right. Floating man, hope you and your family are well. Shukran, we are. Allah be praised. I almost didn't recognize you. I almost don't recognize myself. Yeah, this is a journey, people. In light, which reminds me, let me 1 second check who else is. Scorpio, all right. Ahlan wa sahlan, ahlan wa sahlan. Sarmad ji, Piro, Allah, वाह जी वाह, मुफ्ती साहिब, पीरो साहिब, आप और यहाँ काहे को शर्मिंदा कर रहे हैं आप? All right, we've got Biber Raouf. All right, shukran, much appreciated. Uthman. All right, Lonzetta, Mark. Okay, fuck. What is going on? Right, so whilst people are tuning in, let's take a look at some epic. It's always great to see some lines of poetry. And today what I want to speak about is keeping the theme, or the backdrop is about faith, a favor unto us. And that's really about maybe realigning our perspective to the faith. Yeah. It's interesting because we can see things from many angles, many perspectives. But let's begin with some poetry. Because you know what poetry does? It teaches us to view things from angles. It relates. It's shi'r, from shu'ur. Okay, for something that evokes the emotions. So, where are we? Allah, I came across this poem of Jaun Elia, and I thought, wow, what? He says, I'd not actually read this previously, so it was quite new that I'd come across it. Tu agar khud hai khudaya mere shahr rag se kareeb. Shahrag se kareeb, sorry. That need to Monitor's a bit distant from me. That तू अगर खुद है खुदाया मेरी शाहरग से करी फिर ये शानों पे फरिश्तों का तकल्लुफ कैसा Allah. He says that, Ya Allah, if you truly are closer to me than the jugular vein, Allah says, وَنَحْنُ أَقْرَبُ إِلَيْهِ مِنْ حَبْلِ الْوَرِيدِ. That tu agar khud hai khudaya meri shahrag se kari. If that be the case, फिर ये शानों पे फरिश्तों का तकल्लुफ कैसा? He says, then, Ya Allah, if that be, then what is this imposition of angels placed on the shoulders? Allah, you know, this question has so much depth and profundity to it that it would just take hours attempting to answer it. Yes, Allah. Sometimes it's better not to answer things. Just let them be. Just go with it. But I guess it's your relationship with God, your relationship with the divine, that a person can even ask such a question. That what is this kind of imposition, this if you yourself are right here with me, closer than my thoughts, then what are these outer layers of secondary, tertiary supervision? It's a relationship that a person has that they can ask such a question. Right, let's take a look at, and speaking of, I saw, kya baat hai, huh? This isn't actually Allama Iqbal, they've just got his picture there. I saw this and Zindagi ji lijiye, varna guzar jayegi. Allah, there is something about that. Zindagi ji lijiye. That live your life. Varna guzar jayegi. Or else, before you know it, it will be gone. This is once again bringing us back into that moment. So, just, wow. So I thought I'd select that for the day. And a perspective on worship. See, this comes back to the layers of faith. हमने रोती हुई आंखों को हंसाया नासिर, इससे बेहतर तो इबादत नहीं होती हमसे. This once again, the tapestry of what's being said, it runs so deep that हमने रोती हुई आंखों को हंसाया नासिर, that we have stumbled upon eyes that were shedding tears. And what we did is we turned them into joy and laughter. Now tell me an act of worship better than that. See, it's a perspective. It's understanding what people are saying and the maqasid, the maqsad of your direction. Because when a person worships, ultimately you're worshipping for yourself. One could say that in ibadah, there is the perpetual risk of ego. People say, I pray so I get this from God. Some people say, I do that so to avoid something from God. They say, I do this to gain more blessings, to gain a structure, to gain this, to gain that. Gain. All this low-level aim. One can do it. There's nothing wrong with. One could argue that certain ayat of the Quran allow people to do that. Because this is how many people will aim in life. They will aim low. The Quran, of course, understands that. So it allows that relationship with them. Sari'u ila jannati. Struggle towards a jannah, a reward, this, a recompense, a pleasure, a gift, a blessing, a bounty. But this ultimately, there's nothing wrong with it. But it's still very self-centered. Really, one ought to say that why they do these things is for God Himself. Jannah, this, that, get my barakah, get my this, get my... Oh, it's all nafsi. Allah. Ultimately, this is why Allah says, لِلَّذِينَ أَحْسَنُوا الْحُسْنَى وَزِيَادَةً. See, those people who do, they perform, they act out this goodness, they will get goodness. But there is an extra. There is a ziyada. The ziyada is Allah Himself. That's what many mufassirin say. You aim high. The highest that is. There is nothing beyond that. You see, and this trickles into other aspects of your life. You aim high in other things, and that's the legacy that you shall leave behind. But this poem, in a way, bringing a smile to somebody else's face, is moving away from the ego to the other. It's one step removed. Isse behtar to ibadat nahi hoti humse. There's a lot of wisdom in these things. This is why the hadith says, Inna min ash-shi'ri la hikmah. Inna min ash-shi'ri la hikmah. There is wisdom in poetry. This is from Amir Minai, that Hue nama varbe nishan kaise kaise. Zami kha gayi asma kaise kaise. Allah. I think I may have cited this previously, that so many people before us that were legends, where did they go? And the earth has swallowed up people who were like celestial bodies for us. I mean, that's how huge they were. These people were like the cosmos walking on earth. That's in terms of their legacy, but they too had to go. Allah. See, there's a sorrow, there's a way that looking at it could seem a bit melancholic. But the other way of looking at it is it encourages you to also leave that since time is finite, one, embrace it, live it, enjoy it, and leave a story worth telling, a legacy that shall speak for itself. That हुए नामावर बेनिशां कैसे कैसे ज़मीं खा गई आसमां कैसे कैसे. There's the other, which is on a similar na hai kasre dara na gore sikandar. Na hai kasre dara na gore sikandar. Zami kha gayi asma ke. I'm sure that's said on the same thing as well. All right, I take it that's it for the. I'll take a look unless they let me check. Yep, that's it. All right, so let me see what is going on. Ya salam. Abu Safura, Mufti, shukran, I've been well. Ya Abu Safura. That's an interesting name, Safura. Kya baat hai. We'll have to figure that out. How is that? How is it being spelled? Is it from Sin, Safur? Is it from Sad, Safur? Guys, behave. I see some testosterone is running high in the comments. Allah, breathe, yaar, breathe. There's so much to smile about. Riffy Johnson, shukran, much love for the super chat. Always extending your love and support. May Allah keep you always blessed. Ameen. Right. I want to mention, I don't know if you guys had come across, just checking. I made, sometimes I make some little notes if I wanted to say something and in case I forget it. Right, what I'll do is I'll say some words also about Jordan Peterson's message to Muslims. Kya baat hai, huh? So we'll speak a bit about that. Cool. Firstly, I want to just to let people know that those who are familiar with Professor Dr. Mehdi Sajid, he was on a mind trap with me. Amazing, epic, epic human being. May Allah bless him. Unfortunately, his mother has passed away. So, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. May Allah bless his mother's afterlife and grant her Jannatul Firdaus. That was just day before yesterday, and just yesterday, a good friend of ours, Salim, who's also a patron of mine as well on Patreon, his mother as well passed away. So may Allah bless their afterlives, grant them both an elevated maqam in Jannatul Firdaus, and may Allah grant ease to the families that have been left behind. On that, I just wanted to share some brief thoughts that, you see, death often, and naturally so, is it's an event that thrusts us into a state of grieving and mourning. Naturally so. There's nothing that's very rightly so, one may say. However, I wanted to add, see, that's very intuitive, that when somebody has passed, we are grieving, we are shocked and shaken tragically by the loss. And may Allah replace all these difficulties, these hardships with ease and joy. Ameen. Abundantly. But I wanted to say that another way of looking at the situation is that, yes, these people have passed, but in a way you can see it as in addition to mourning the loss of these people, you can see the accomplishments of these people. That these people, anybody, and this goes to anybody who has lost someone, that these people appeared on the stage of life and they performed and they delivered. وَكُلُّ نَفْسٍ ذَائِقَةُ الْمَوْتِ. But it's the legacy that they left. In this case, these people who are the children whose parents have passed away, their mothers have passed away, they themselves are the testimony of what those people have left behind. The madrasatul ula, al-madrasatul ula. The mother is the first madrasa, the institute of tarbiyah, and just a source of barakah, rahmah, compassion. So one way of looking at it is commemorating, well, what these people, their lives, they live. Sure, there may have been many ups and downs, there may have been many struggles, there may have been many hardships, countless hardships, but in spite of that, they did it. They lived. They left a legacy. And their story deserves to be told. And it is in part it is manifested, and one could say metaphorically incarnate in their offspring or the people that they've left behind. That say, like in the Quran, وَجْعَلْ لِي لِسَانَ صِدْقٍ فِي الْآخِرِ. Those who come after me, they speak a kind word about me. And you remain alive as long as people, as long as you are alive in the hearts and minds of people. So that's one way of looking at it, that actually a person could, as it were, almost celebrate the life of this person. And sure, their story on this dunya has come to an end. Theek hai, everybody's does. But yours is still going. And you still have that legacy to leave. Kahen kya jo pooche koi humse mir, jahan mein tum aaye the, kya kar chale. That what did you leave behind? So I just wanted to say that, because so often, and it's rightly so, that we get, we are completely drowned in this whirlwind of tragedy, that we forget to see the legacy that this person left, and to use that as a support to overcome the grief. To think that, alhamdulillah, that they lived. It's a privilege to have lived. They participated in this consciousness and its expression, and they left their story for others to tell that come after them. Allah, that is something. So I just wanted to share those words. Right. There's Ehsanullah, Khushkaki, Yar, Kush. I keep saying always Kushkaki. Reminds me of the Sio people who don't refer to it as death or someone has died. They say they have begun their journey. So true. And you know, the Quran says, Kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. Maut is just, it's a fleeting state, a moment that a person just says that every self, every ego shall just taste from it. It's beautiful when you think of it. It's so wow. I mean, scary, but it's also poetically mesmerizing. Kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. It's only a comma, not a full stop. As Mir says, yani aage chalenge zara dam lekar. That he says, what's his poem? That is it Maut ek mandagi ka waqfa hai? Is it right there? Let me that I'll bring it up actually. Let's see. Right. All right. Let's see. So oh, it's not come up. Right, let's leave it for now. All right, let's move on. I want to take a look at is this live? It's not showing up on Facebook. Okay. I did get some people saying they can see it on Facebook. Any advice on how to deal with the fear of death, especially not knowing your fate after you die, is a scary thought. So, Amin, first of all, shukran, much love for the super chat. May Allah bless you. I really feel that we have to change our relationship with God. You know, this dhan that we have. Allah says that ahsinu dhan billah, that have this is the hadith that ahsinu dhan billah, that you should always any expectancy relating to God should always be positive, never negative. That is, that's on you if you have that. It's wrong. That is never how it should be. Always positive. So, and there's ways one needs to bring a calmness to them. There are certain ways to embrace or to dispel a fear of death through a calmness, through mindfulness, through improving your understanding of God. That God is not this tyrant or some people make him out to be this benevolent dictator. That's not. Allah is Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. So there's this understanding level. There's other aspects. There's a mindfulness, bringing a calmness. And then for those who walk the path of consciousness, there are sacred medicines through which a person experiences ego death. And they say that that is, Allahu A'lam, as death itself is to be, or a mirror of it. And truly it is ineffable and the most terrifying thing a person could ever experience in that moment, and they know it in that moment to be death. But people who experience or walk this path of consciousness and take sacred medicine, things like mushrooms, things like DMT, these things that the ego death that they experience, or for some who've not, maybe the ego, they don't really experience much of an ego death, but they experience a glimpse or a reflection, a tiny mirror reflection into an intimation of a life beyond this life. They experience consciousness without the ego, without the self. They experience something that, because we've never experienced to be without this body, but for once it happens. And then they realize that bilhaq, la ilaha illallah, that there is, that it was certainty. Hatta yatabayyana lahum annahu al-haq. Then it becomes manifest to them that it was the reality, or that God was annahu al-haq, that he all along was the truth. So yeah, these things, people usually overcome a fear of death through sacred medicine, but it is, maybe it's not for everyone, but it is something that, this is why I've always felt that it's not fair that these things are not available to people on palliative care, that they're not allowed to experience these things, even if they want to. It's not facilitated for them in a secure setting. That somehow the government claims a stake in our level of consciousness. Ya Salam. If ever there was an act of hubris, of self-conceited, just, astronomical takabbur, it was that a government felt that they had a right over your consciousness. Ya Salam. But yeah, and that is what it is, it is for a person, governments feel they can tell you that, oh, if you take mushrooms, psilocybin, or DMT, and it alters your consciousness, they tell you you're not allowed to do this. Allah, afara'aita man Allah. Do you see the arrogance? This ana rabbukumul a'la. This is the embodiment of that a bunch of people they lay stake, they claim a stake to your level of consciousness, and should it be altered, they proscribe and prohibit in an attempt to control. It's just shocking. It's like, wow, the level of arrogance it's humorous in the best case scenario. You're insan. You're insan. What can one say, huh? Let's move on. Speaking of the world changing, and right, I wanted to say, I'm not sure if you've come across this advert, or not an advert, a clip presenting the new vision of Saudi Arabia in designing its new city, or several settlements, amongst them the line. If you haven't seen it, ladies and gentlemen, you have to check it out. It is like something just purely out of sci-fi. It's like, whoa, what on earth is going on here? Just like, wow, the line, huh? I can't with it. No, I can't really, and I don't have the clip on here, otherwise I would have played it. But it's just something you have to check out. It's like they've created for miles along, I believe, is it? That, and is, I think, right, I need to get the measurements in front of me, but it's incredibly high, this structure, and it's taller than the Empire State Building, and it's reasonably wide, but it's like a wall, which is created in almost a mirror-like structure, and it's completely self-reliant. It's meant to have zero carbon emissions, and everything is within this line that it will accommodate up to 9 million residents. It's like, wow, that's I've forgotten what is London right now. Is it? Yeah, I think it's London. I think is 6 million or 7 million. Yeah, so you're talking London, Birmingham put together and more. So, wow, 9 million residents, everything within. And it's got its own transport, it's got its own AI, it's being operated by AI, artificial intelligence. Wow. We are living in the future, people. But I tell you, I watched it and I'm like, whoa, this looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. And I'm kind of excited about it, but there's a side of me that's a bit I find it daunting. There's like an uncanny feeling, that something unsettling about it, but I can't quite understand what's unsettling. But yeah, if you haven't, check it out. Yeah, it's like 200 meters wide, but it's like ridiculously long as well, and it's just, you have to see it. It'll just blow your mind. You'll be like, wow. All right, yep, the line, they call it. See, MBS is going places, huh? Your MBS. See, this is what I'm. Bade log, badi baatein. This is. Imagine being in that league. There's people like that as well, that wake up and they make these decisions. Wow, would you? You see, I wonder what life would be like for certain people like that. But let's all be very grateful for our own lives and our own little struggles and our own achievements. Right, in light of that, let's move to the verses I want to cover today. Or somebody said, how much will the project cost? It's several trillion. I believe, several trillion. They had some estimate on it. Right, let me bring this back, go to today's verse, and what we can do is move forward, people. Speaking of settlements, I want to share these verses with you that are from verse 13 to 18 of Surah Al-Hujrat. So let's bring this up. Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Beginning with يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. That people, indeed we created you from a single pair, a male and a female, and there is this, there is this binary that people need to understand that and I feel I'll come on to this discussion later on, but Allah is showing that through this harmony of, let's say, metaphorical opposites, what we've got here, ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل, and we made you settlements. We made you a sha'ub, which is plural of sha'ab, a settled people, cities, towns, folks, civilization. Wa qaba'il, rural people, farmers, hunter-gatherers, foragers. We made you these different people spread out in the earth. But then Allah tells us a secret behind that. Why? Why these lita'araf? So that you may come to know one another. The experiences, the stories, the legacy of each other. Lita'arafu. Then reminding you that keep in mind, inna akramakum indallah, that the most noble, not amongst yourselves, not the king, not the politicians, not the celebrities, that they may be noble amongst you. Akramakum indallah, according to God, atqakum, those who are most mindful of God, that have God consciousness. Now, there's some interesting verses that come straight after this. قالت الأعراب آمنا. That from this teaching us about almost our, one could say, an origin story, but the trajectory of insaniya, that we may come to know one another. We are dependent, we are interdependent species. And then reminding us that, look, there's such a joy and a pleasure in getting to know one another. But always in doing so, you might end up becoming arrogant. You might end up harming people, oppressing people. Remember that God consciousness. And here, this is what matters according to God. Not how much money you make, not how many followers you have, not how much influence you have, not how many sports cars or mansions or properties. What matters to God is your taqwa, your mindfulness of God. From that, it takes us straight to, okay, so when speaking of God, what is our relationship with God? And here's an example. قالت الأعراب آمنا. these people, these kind of hardened, they were, here it's using the example of Bedouins just as this is a placeholder for people whose hearts are still, they're developing, they're on the journey yet. قالت الأعراب آمنا. You see, amanna here is about we have faith, but it's being said in a way that as if we have arrived. अबे हम तो पहुंच गए हैं. قد وصلنا. This is what these people are thinking. They are on the journey, but they're saying we have arrived. قالت الأعراب آمنا قل لم تؤمنوا. Right, that you've got, sorry, let's let the plane go past. That Allah is saying, قُلْ لَمْ تُؤْمِنُوا. You have not. See, here it's not, Allah is not negating that they don't have faith. But what it means is in terms that بِاعْتِبَارِ الْمَآلِ or بِأَوَاخِرِ الْفِعْلِ. That in usul you have a principle, and Abu Bakr ibn Arabi explains this in his usul, and many people do, that هَلِ الْأَفْعَالِ بِأَوَائِلِهَا أَمْ أَوَاخِرِهَا. That when you use an action, a verb, are you using it in terms of its completion or in terms of its beginning, inception? So this is a principle in usul al-fiqh. If we said, so if I said, oh, yesterday at 8 o'clock, I ate. So does that mean I began to eat at 8, or does it mean I finished eating at 8? So there's a debate amongst the usuliyin here. So here, when Allah is saying, lam tu'minu, this is not about, see, because the same way you could speak about an action, eating is obviously a relatively rapid action. But let's say there's something about excellence, something about faith. There is a beginning and an ending. Just as Allah says in the Quran, وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ. About Jesus, they did not kill him, they did not crucify him. Now, one of the ways to look at that is that doesn't negate that he was put on a cross and crucified. It means they did not successfully, in terms of the ma'al. The ma'al is the consequence, the end result of that action. That was not accomplished, not the beginning of it. So if let's say I began a degree, but if I did not complete the degree, I don't have the degree, regardless of whether I did 1.5 years or I did 2 years. If I don't complete it, I'm not considered as somebody who has it. So similarly, with verbs in usul, you have this issue. So lam tu'minu, you do not have faith in terms of its completion. You do not have it. وَلَكِنْ قُولُوا أَسْلَمْنَا. But say we have submitted. Why is this being said? Because to submit is to begin the journey. And that is where you are. You are just at the beginning. I mean, there's a long way to go yet, but it's a beautiful journey. It's a mesmerizing journey. But it's still a journey ahead of you. وَلَمَّا يَدْخُلِ الْإِيمَانُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ. This lamma means not yet. Okay, it's an archaic use. It's not used in modern standard Arabic. وَلَمَّا يَدْخُلِ الْإِيمَانُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمْ. And iman باعتبار الكمال, باعتبار المآل, باعتبار the العواقب, in terms of the end result. That imanul kamil has not yet entered your heart. It is not to say these people weren't Muslim, but this is what it's addressing. وَإِن تُطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ لَا يَلِتْكُمْ مِنْ أَعْمَالِكُمْ شَيْئًا. Allah, inna Allah ghafurur rahim. See this, there is and if you follow, if you obey, if you listen, if you have this love for God, for his messenger, لا يلدكم من أعمالكم شيئا. This isn't going to decrease you in any harm. It decrease you in anything from what you're doing. Your project continues. You know, it's interesting. People, they say, well, people struggle with faith, and they say, well, you know, faith, you know, if I believe, what is the purpose of this? What does this do? What does that do? What, you know, if you do, لا يلدكم من أعمالكم شيئا. You will see all people with faith recover from illnesses much sooner. They cope with tragedies in life in a much more healthier way. They overcome many hurdles and challenges in life. They find meaning in life. لا يلدكم من أعمالكم شيئا. You know, there was that debate where an atheist, in this case Susan Blackmore, where she was saying, well, nothing really means anything because everything is just random and coincidental, and so nothing means anything. And by that admission, everything she is doing or we are doing means nothing either. So by that admission, it can't be wrong, since wrong is, even if a person did believe, it can't in a meaningful way be wrong, because wrong is not a meaning. It is simply the coherence or the incoherence, alleged incoherence within a structure of which there is ultimately no coherence. You're just saying that this is just something within this game, but none of this game means anything anyway. So how does, even by that argument, faith, you may, in a very small relational aspect, you may say, well, oh, this doesn't make sense. But since meaning holds no meaning, there are no meta meanings. So what difference does anything make ultimately? لا يلدكم من أعمالكم شيئا. You see, from your actions, the things you do, it does not take away, it will only add meaning, flavor. Inna Allaha ghafurur rahim. From this scene, this landscape of people now, this portrait of some people who are beginning this journey of faith, they're mistaken. They think, oh, I'm at some maqam, I'm at some height, some summit. Allah is reminding them, humble yourselves. That, you know, it's quite a trek yet. It's quite a trek. I mean, enjoy, but it's quite a trek. That. So what's the Dilli Hanus Durast? You know, there's a proverb that Dilli yet remains quite far. That it's quite a trek. Enjoy yourself, but it's quite a. From here, one may ask the question, well, how does faith truly integrate in one's life? You're given a description. إنما المؤمنون الذين آمنوا بالله ورسوله. That sure, complete faith, kamil, as close to perfection as one may possibly attain, is that one has faith in Allah, in His Messenger. ثم لم يرتابوا. They are not perturbed, they are not disturbed by these wavering doubts or by these things, that they have their story. ثم لم يرتابوا وجاهدوا. They strived بأموالهم وأنفسهم في سبيل الله. And this jihad is of all its manifestations. And Ibn Jarir at-Tabari, he explains that, he writes that as well, that the struggle is of all kinds, of the ego, of countless, anything that brings a person closer to God. And it has its, he mentions that it has its military manifestation. And that may have been in a particular time the most salient feature. And in another time, there may be a different salient feature of it. That's subulullahi kathira. Anything that takes these paths that lead back to God are many, manifold. And here it mentions jahadu bi amwalihim, with their wealth they struggled. Wa anfusihim, and their self, and this could mean, it could mean from to the extent that they were prepared to, where Islam was under attack, where they were prepared to give their lives. This is the utmost a person would do in this world from a worldly perspective. Or you bring it back to the everyday. And the nafs is what? Wa anfusihim is the ego. Because that's the same word in Arabic, nafs. See, bi amwalihim wa anfusihim. And their egos. It begins right here as well. This is the everyday. This concerns every single person, this one. And it's for all times. And it's always happening. So, بِأَمْوَالِهِمْ وَأَنفُسِهِمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الصَّادِقُونَ. Right, now, what's interesting is following that, we go straight to the verse. So you've got this, a definition, a description. Okay, so we've got that. We've got an understanding. This is what faith can look like in one of its complete manifestation. Remember, these are those people who are at the summit, at the pinnacle of faith. Okay, that they are people prepared to, give it all for God. So then Allah brings us back to reality with people we meet every day, with ourselves. Maybe this is us looking into a mirror now. قُلْ تُعَلِّمُونَ اللَّهَ بِدِينِكُمْ وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَاللَّهُ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٌ. Allah says, do you teach God about your faith? People sometimes, they say, why me? Why is this happening to me? Why is God doing this to me? I've done this, I've done that. You teaching God? أَتُعَلِّمُونَ اللَّهَ بِدِينِكُمْ. Allah says, يَمُنُّونَ عَلَيْكَ أَنْ أَسْلَمُوا, that these people are doing a favor unto you, that they have embraced this path, this faith. يَمُنُّونَ عَلَيْكَ أَنْ أَسْلَمُوا. That they claim that it's as though they are doing a favor unto God. Ya Allah, I prayed, I used to pray and fast. How could this happen to me? Atamunnu ala Allah? Are you doing a favor unto God? Yamunnuna alayka an aslamu. They're doing a great favor. The hubris. Sometimes we think, where are we? I'm such a great person. I'm such a, I'm so holy. I'm doing all this for Islam. You ain't doing anything, mate. There's nothing going on. Whatever you're doing, it's only for yourself. يَمُنُّونَ عَلَيْكَ أَنْ أَسْلَمُوا قُلْ لَا تَمُنُّوا عَلَيَّ إِسْلَامَكُمْ. Allah says, tell them, keep it. Rakh lo yaar. You know, you're all right. You can have it. Keep your faith. لا تمنوا علي إسلامكم. The reality is, بل الله يمن عليكم. Truth be told, God, this is by guiding you to faith, this is a favor unto you. Your life has become enriched. Your life has found more meaning. Your journey has become easier. You have found more of a narrative to extract strength from. You, this is all you. Balillahu yamunnu alayka. You see, Allah is showing favor unto you. Balillahu yamunnu alaykum and hadakum. That Allah brought you to this. In kuntum sadiqin. Allah. If you really think about this, if you are truthful in your evaluation, in your expression, then yeah, Allah, by guiding you to this, and sometimes you have been guided through adversity, sometimes you've been guided through struggle, sometimes your life is a mess, sometimes there's all kinds, you're at rock bottom. So be it. Why has Allah done what? Get yourself up and get moving. It is what it is. Yamunnuna alayka and aslamu. They say, but Ya Allah, but I prayed. La tamunnu alayya islamakum. Your faith is for you. God doesn't get anything out of us doing things. You want your Jannah. You want your blessings. You want your you. Abe, did you do it just for God? At what point did you worship solely just for God? When wasn't it that I want this, I want that, I want an increase. Rabbi zidni fi hadha, zidni fi dhak. Atina fi dunya hasana, fil akhirati hasana. Give us. It was always, it began and ended with us. So when we find ourselves in a dark spot, when we find ourselves stuck in a rut, when we've hit rock bottom, when we're drowning in tragedy, we have to get up, we have to swim out of it, we have to keep moving forward. Allah has given us that strength in that faith. But Allah yamunnu alayka and hadakum lil iman. That maybe this, whatever it is, and some are tested through blessings. Some are, it's interesting that some people, they only have privileges and they live in a perpetual discontent. You see all these celebrities, all these social media influencers, all these people, I'm depressed, I'm a drug addict, I'm this, I'm that, I can't cope with reality. Millions and millions of people adore them. They've got fame, they've got money, they live in, making multi-millionaires. but they have discontent. That's their struggle. You see, but Allah guides to faith by various means. See, that's their journey. That's their script. Let's see how they do. Let's see how they deliver on this stage of life. Allah. But it reminds us never to hold anyone in contempt. Don't. Everybody is fighting a difficult battle. True, some more difficult than others. لكن لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. So, but we should never look down on people. Never think if we can't help them, then if possible, just say a fleeting kind dua for them. Ya Allah, help that person. Ya Allah, give that person more. You know, you want to come face to face with the ego. I tell you, this is the trickiest thing. And I'm telling you, try this sometimes. You know, sometimes when somebody has something and let's say they're a friend or they're a person, the friend is even easier, but you'll see the ego at play. Just on your own, try to make a quick little dua, say, Ya Allah, give them even more. Oh, that person would be like, you see, this isn't even really about the other person. It's about yourself. That if you can do it, it's try it sometime. You'll see how difficult this struggle is. Allah ends this verse with reminding you, see, because how difficult is this struggle? Inna Allah ya'lamu ghayba as-samawati wal-ard. Wallahu basirun bima ta'malun. And Allah, you see, He knows, He sees the unseen. He knows it. And Allah is indeed all-seeing of that which you do. That which you do in secrecy, that which you do behind closed doors, that which you do when you say a little prayer for someone that you don't even think needs it. Allah is all-seeing. You see, you say something like that. Remember, Allah, when one of the most, you see, how do I, to capture this? We ask according to we ask and request in accordance with our status. Allah gives in accordance to His own. It's true though. And this is even in the dunya as well. That you see a person, if they, in fact, there was I was listening to this this story of this person, this beggar who comes to one of the Abbasid kings, and he does something, and he says, "Sure, ask whatever you like," and he asks for something so small and petty. He's just like he says, you know, if I could just have, he asked for something so small, like if I could just have a very small portion, a tiny little thing of rice or something very small. And the king, he says, he kind of instructs for him to have, he gives him this immense reward of all these. He's obviously in this story, I mean, this is at the end of the story, he's giving him all this kind of these dinars and all this kind of money, and his advisor says to him that, what are you doing? Like, he just asked you for a tiny portion of rice, like not even a bowl, a tiny portion. He said, yeah, but he asked in accordance with his status. And we gave in accordance to our own. अपना style होता है यार, a person. So keeping that in mind, you see, when a person making a prayer for someone else, you will see the barakah of this in your own life. You will see the floodgates of risk opening up. There is not see, you can't ascribe a causal relationship to these things, but you could define it by what, in Jungian terms, or some psychologists refer to as synchronicity, that the coming together of events. So, people, I want to share these verses. I hope they are of let me just check. That can't be so. Am I? No. No. I thought for a moment the internet connection was unstable. Can that actually be? Well, let me just click this. Nope, I'm sure that's. Right, okay. No, it seems to be fine, but. Right, Just open this up and check. It shows that. Yep, I'm connected. Sure. Sorry. For some reason, it was showing a signal. Right, let's move on, people. Let's take a look at some of your questions and move on. I'll share the link as well. Stream is fine. Right, yeah, it seems to, for some reason, the platform was just confusing me. Right, let's move on. I did want to introduce the legacy of Imam Malik. Before I do that, I'll say some words and then I'll share the link to bring you guys on. Jordan Peterson. I want to say a few words on Jordan Peterson's message to Muslims. What are my thoughts on it? Well, okay, I'm sure you've all watched it by now. I think it's about seven minutes long. Jordan Peterson made a bunch of messages to different people, to CEOs, a message to to Christians, to other people, and to Muslims. And because he has a very strong Muslim following as well. Right. His message to Muslims, for someone, I am a fan of Jordan Peterson, but I have to say his message was abysmally appalling. And it just, I don't know what on earth was going on there. It seemed so artificial. It was very condescending. It was just so ill-informed, and wasn't even. It's not even. I mean, it's ill-informed, but it was so superficial, which was completely not like Jordan Peterson. This is the shocking thing. I mean, he's somebody so profoundly intelligent that when he's asked questions, he'll say, well, that's an incredibly complex and complicated question because it has a lot of moving parts, and he goes into all of. So his message, very briefly, was that, look, Muslims, he was grateful that Muslims have this dynamic and this relationship with him and follow him. But he felt that, right, Muslims need to stop fighting amongst themselves. They need to stop this Sunni Shia divide, Sunni Shia fighting, sectarian hatred and fighting. They need to start loving one another. They need to start loving the people of the book, the Christians, and God forbid, start loving the Jews. And, we have the Abraham Accord, which he mentions the Abraham Accord, and so we need to perhaps take pen pals from different sects and different faiths to realize that the true enemy is not the people of scripture, but the enemy is the enemy within. And that was the gist of the message. And the message was so condescending. Yeah. It was like, it was just so, what? Read, and it felt like he was reading it out. This is what it felt like. It wasn't like how he normally speaks, with just a natural vibe. It was very artificial. It was imposed. I personally felt that maybe it was written for him, and he just read it. And I think part of that may have been because I know he is moving towards. He has joined the platform, the Daily Wire, and I'm sure there's certain agreements with things like this, because you see, joining these platforms that then extend to you an abundance of wealth. You see, they give you, let's say, millions potentially. I don't know exactly how much they've given him, but I wouldn't be surprised if, we're talking in the millions, I'm assuming, which then frees him up to do, or at least in, what nears these kind of astronomical figures, which is to free him up from relying on other streams of income. But then, like anything, it comes with a price. There are no free lunches. So you have to pay these prices to just do certain things. And I think maybe part of that was to say this, to it just, you see, I guess the underlying message, one could say, well, the underlying message, I guess, sure, I mean, that's just a message of saying, look, people have less discord and disunity amongst yourselves, and let's move towards compassion and love, which I think is a wonderful message. But it's just the way it's being said with such super simplicity, and not simplicity, simplistic means. Well, for example, the Sunni Shia divide, the way everybody knows that it is less so about Sunni Shia, and it is more so about politics. It is about Iran. It is about the neighboring states. It is about Iraq. It is about the vacuum that was created. It's more political. The issue, I don't mean the Sunni Shia issue is political. Sure, I mean, that's a different kind of politics. We're talking about historical politics. But I mean the tension that is in certain parts of the world is more a consequence of politics than it is of theology. So there's been ISIS and so on and all these things, and it's not about, oh, hey, it's Sunni Shia. Sure, I agree that there should be more harmony, but to say, well, guys, stop it now, behave. Oh, stop it. Oh, no. This is, what the hell are you on about? And to say, look, come on, Christians ain't your enemies, and Jewish people ain't your enemy. But Muslims have never felt, I'm not saying there haven't been times when people have been warring, but by being a Christian, you are not an enemy of Islam. The Quran says they are Ahlul Kitab. They are Aqrabun Nasi Mawadda, in terms of compassion to you. From the scriptures are these people, the people of the book. Muslims have always had a very close, bond, of a societal bond with Jews and Christians, right from the time of Bani al-Abbas. They've been very close. Sure, there's been there's been differences as well. There's been wars as well between Christendom and Islam. Let's say the Islamicate, so to speak. But there's also been close ties of friendship. There's been intermarrying. The Quran says you can do these things. You can eat their meat. You can intermarry. These things have always been there. Even with the Jewish people, there's been for hundreds of years Jewish communities still living today in Morocco that migrated from Muslim Spain. chose to migrate to the Muslim lands. There's, centuries old Jewish communities living in Iran. The issue with the Jewish Muslim dynamic is not faith, it's Israel, it's political, it's the Israel Palestinian issue. That's what it's been. It's not been. So if you went back, let's say, into the 19th century, backwards, you retrospectively, you wouldn't find this issue because the nation states hadn't fully been divided and Israel hadn't been created. So, okay, right, so for somebody so intelligent, surely you understand, because there's the geopolitics, the sensitivities, the complications. It's not just about, hey, let me write to a pen pal, say, oh, hey, my Christian brother, hey, my Jewish brother, hey, my Shia brother. This is not what it's about. That's not the issue. Isn't that they don't have, sure, I mean, maybe some people don't have a medium to connect, but that's not the issue. You could easily find, if a person wanted to find a Christian community, you could just go on Facebook and type in Christian communities near you. It's not that's not difficult to find. You don't need a pen pal system. It's these things are so there's so much strata to all of these complexities, which are deeply nested in power structures and nested in abuse and a long history of this kind of turmoil, which is a consequence of colonialism. So to say, for example, the Muslim world needs to, a lot of it needs to pull its act together. The Muslim world is in a state that it is, I'm not saying entirely, but undeniably an element that must be factored into that equation, that today where Muslims are, is that their resources were robbed and stolen, and they had their territories pillaged and raped by colonial powers for between 1 to 300 years. You can't deny that. I'm not saying that's the only reason. That's not, sure, since independence, these countries, some have done well and some haven't, and once again politics plays a role, but and then there's a lot of corruption and people. I'm not saying it's solely, but it's an undeniable element that we can't just ignore this element and say, well, the only reason why let's say Muslim countries are in a mess is because they can't get over Sunni Shia. That's stupid. I mean, you could take many tribes in Iraq have been they in fact, I was speaking to someone about the Jabur tribe in Iraq. That's apparently one of the large tribes that is a synthesis of Sunni and Shia intermarriages for centuries, and this is why it's a very noble tribe. I was being told and explained to. So it's not that Sunni Shia, these are the issues why we're so behind. Sure, maybe some people, they are behind because of this, but this is not why the countries are behind. So, for example, Pakistan as a country, so you will get, let's say, some mad mullahs and some Molvi kind of people that are like totally obsessed with sectarianism and dogmatism. You will get that. But that's not why the country Pakistan is stagnating, for example. The country is stagnating because of other reasons. And amongst it, you get these elements as well. So I did find the message overall very condescending, very simplistic, completely misplaced. And it was, if anything, it was such a disservice to the legend of a genius who I feel Jordan Peterson is. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I did see some people reacting, saying, "Look, come on, look, Jordan Peterson, is a You get some people, Jordan Peterson is racist. I'm like, I don't know. I've not seen him ever say anything racist. I don't personally believe that he's racist. I don't believe that. Some people say, "Oh my God, he's far right." I don't personally believe he's far right, although people on the far right naturally may find some take meaning from his words, but we take meaning from his words. Everybody takes meaning from his words. To me, I think the reason why Jordan Peterson is who he is today, there's a number of reasons. One, the man is undeniably gifted by God for his expression and articulation. Nothing. I mean, you watch that debate with Susan Blackmore and Jordan Peterson. She is clearly, like that, you can clearly see her body language expressing. She recognizes her inferiority in front of this guy. I mean, he is just like a juggernaut to debate with. You could not. I mean, you just feel a person would feel so inferior just speaking, being on at loggerheads with this person, just because of the genius that he's gifted. So, okay, this is one reason. Sure, there's that, but I don't think that's for people who appreciate that. But the main reason that he's so popular amongst people, one is he's empowered people who have hit rock bottom. He has empowered them. That he's told them to make something out of their lives, especially men who are who feel so undervalued. And this comes to the next most important point. You see, people like why, and you're getting, you have Andrew Tate, for example, who's arguably, people may say, a walking meme, but he's a genius, a marketing genius. Why is he so popular? Why is he so popular? There's a theme that is shared amongst these people, like Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, and some of these people. There's a theme, and that is that they have stood, or they have argued vehemently that in defense of, or whether you want to say in defense, but for the importance of being a man. Now, this, you see, don't undervalue these words. We are in an age where men are increasingly being silenced. And that is a catastrophe. Because ultimately, forget the wokeism, whether people like it or not, ultimately, men will be, just as a workforce, will be the backbone of a society. Now, the fact that they're 50% of the of civilization, a point aside, but they will be the people that are working, doing all these kind of difficult jobs. Obviously, they'll be doing the other jobs as well, but I'm just saying this now to especially those that are lower down, which are the majority of the people. Majority of the people are, they don't have a voice. So they're being silenced even further. Now, this is why Jordan Peterson is so valuable to these people, because he's become a voice for what it means to be a man. That that they stand up for some meaning to be a man. Now, and I think this is what people are missing the mark. We are in an age where things are becoming so wishy-washy that where you get leaders stand up, even if they'll say ridiculous things, then like Andrew Tate, he'll say the most absurd thing, but it doesn't matter because he's standing up for something and he's exhibiting leadership qualities in an age where other people are not. So there you go. People flock around them. They gravitate to them. So these are the reasons. And the final part that why I cherish Jordan Peterson is that truly Jordan Peterson is the doorstopper for modern militant atheism. New age atheism met its match in Jordan Peterson. And this is perhaps maybe not appreciated by many people, but those who followed the atheism scene, um, they know that. I followed it very closely. I followed Sam Harris. I watched most of all, if not all of his or most of his things. I had followed Christopher Hitchens, watched all of his materials, Richard Dawkins, Dan Dennett, these four horsemen of atheism. I'd really closely seen that movement rise from 2010 onwards. The vigor, the strength at which it came, nothing could stand in the face of it. And people, you know what? I'm just being honest. People don't approve. They don't acknowledge the genius of people like Sam Harris. The guy is a formidable machine. You just truly haven't. It's like, I guess, well, it's like a person saying, "Oh, well, he's nothing. What does he know?" The guy had. It was he was shredding people of faith. He was an unstoppable machine. He's nothing but a genius. It's true. I mean, you have to give credit to the man, even if he is against faith. And he gave, in this day and age, one of the toughest. These people gave the toughest. Maybe people weren't watching this scene closely, so to them they don't realize it because they weren't following it. But if you are following it, these people, man, they really, they gave such a tough time to faith. And the only kind of doorstopper to that in the last 3-4 years was Jordan Peterson. He turned that around. There was a Copernican moment in our lifetime where faith all of a sudden is not embarrassed on the non-Muslim front. Not to Muslims. Muslims kind of had their faith, and we're like a community within an insular community. So people don't really, they don't mix with us. We're just within ourselves. But on the greater platform within the West, it's now not embarrassing to say you believe, where it was. But with the rise of in the last 4 or 5 years only, and it's interesting, even in a discussion where Jordan Peterson is asked that who has been your toughest adversary, and he says, I don't think of them like that. But then he says, well, if I had to use that word, he said, I'd probably say Sam Harris, because he says that the man is a genius, and he truly is. But you can see in that debate, it was like WrestleMania 6. When I was a kid, it was like Hulk Hogan versus Ultimate Warrior. It was like so these are the reasons why people celebrate these figures. That said, his message, like I mentioned, to Muslims was completely it was embarrassing as hell. It was so patronizing, and it was offensive, if anything, but it was what it was. People say, oh my God, boycott Jordan Peterson, boycott him. Grow up, look, he's going to say whatever he wants to say. He's a grown man who's independent. Sure, most likely he was fed what to say and he was reading it, and it was probably stemming from some agenda that was, people say it's linked to Ben Shapiro, and it's linked to the normalization kind of efforts between Israel and the Gulf states and the Arab states. And it may well have been, as in at the very periphery of that. So he's just being paid. Look, you've got, many Muslims watch you here, say something like this. And because he's getting money from them, he has to say it. So it is what it is. And people say, well, but I would just say, look, you take the good, you leave the bad. And we don't need to be as reactionary. That's all. Cool. Right, let's move on, people. All right. What is... Oh, right. Okay, I'll take that off. Sorry. That was something. Accidentally pressed that. That's, look, don't slander or... I said this before. There is this concept of satar in Islam, and I don't know, man. These things. It is truly something. I guess it's maybe age as well. Like a person realizes that we're all so in, our daily lives. Like just take your daily life. Many of us, maybe not all of us, there's moments that are so embarrassing in it. But there's just a veil. There's a satar that really, from a perspective Allah has in our lives. A little, like everything. It's so, you could be so, like a little thing. Like let's say, from a person, how they speak to, let's say how a person speaks to romantically. What kind of a an embarrassment storm would that create if a person just took your messages or your words and shared them? I'm sure they'd sound embarrassing as hell. Person would be like, yeah, was that me? They'd be like, oh no. But it's true, isn't it? Like you see, but this is what it is. We've become, um, in the court of public opinion. We've become, in the past, in the olden days, they would execute people, have these public executions where, like in medieval England, and everybody would, hang him, or, and they'd chuck tomatoes and things. And people went there. And you think, well, why are people gathering around to watch somebody have the guillotine, or to watch somebody get, hanged, and to watch these things? Because it gives them this kind of joy that they feel. There's a dark joy to it, and this is all it is. People want to watch people and they go on, but it is a disease within, and there is this thing of satar. So if you have an opportunity, don't, these things that somebody said about a certain, like an old man sharing his intimate images, and these things are, they're honestly, there is a despicable state that a person has arrived at to do things like this. That is this, sharm, haya. There is, isn't there? That, ya salam. That these people, that could be your grandfather. And you can say, well, my grandfather doesn't do that. But that's the age, isn't it? It could be sharing these things, publicizing them, laughing at, a few moments of laughter and ridicule at the honor of a person, even if we disagree with them, even if we don't like them, even if we dislike them, even if you hate them. I'm saying, I mean, that's a problem within you. Why you really hate someone? Sure, you say, well, the person chats all this. Don't listen to them then. Yeah, everybody chats nonsense. You think I'm not chatting? We're all chatting nonsense so much of the time. This is, it is what it is. You say, well, so yeah, don't get caught up in that, man. And I do feel, there is this thing that people, there is a way, there is a divine algorithm. The people who immerse themselves in a life to get people, that man hafara bi'ran li akhi, that waqa'a fi, this kind of, that this person who digs a well for his own fellow brother to fall into, the proverb that they dig it for themselves. And there's a hadith, it's weak, but I feel its meaning is that those who set out to humiliate the privacy of people, that Allah will humiliate them from the depths of their, it says, fi qu'ari bayti, that in the inner depths of his own home, Allah will humiliate them. I mean, this inner meaning, that a person who immerses themselves in that lifestyle to try to just take these cheap thrills. I do feel that those who live by the sword die by the sword. You see, that's the kind of bed they make and they lie in it. Hey, let's move on. Behave, Abu Safura. Ah, right. You know what? I'm thinking, shall I was going to speak about Imam Malik. Shall I speak a bit about Imam? Yeah, let's speak a bit about Imam Malik, and then I'll share the link. And show us an example. Right. Oh, did I miss a super chat, by the way? Zachary Pak Zachary Pak sorry. Zakira Pakari. Much love for the super chat. Appreciate how well read and articulate Mufti. Sharminda kar rahe ho, embarrassing me. Kaha yaar, I wish. My Mufti, my super chat is sitting. Where's the super chat, man? Let me go back. Super chat. Miracles are not logically inconsistent. Jesus could be of virgin birth since asexual reproduction exists. Why not believe in miracles then? Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, that's an interesting question. I'll just check if there was another. Nora Shukran, much love for the. Have you seen RRR yet? It's the first Indian film I've seen that has gained popularity in the West. Wondering what your thoughts are about it. I haven't seen it, but I've seen the clip of it. I think it's on Netflix now. It's right. So that's fascinating. The South Indian industry, South Indian film industry, seems to have taken over the Bollywood industry. So Bollywood is really based in really more North India, and it's the traditional kind of all the Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, the great actors and celebrities of the Indian industry. But in the last few years, it's tragically, it's just been, God knows, Some may say it's poetic justice for the curse of how it operates. And in the beginning of COVID, you had what's his name, Sushant, commit suicide because of how the industry was treating him, and it's just these things, they shake a people. I'm sure they commit many things in tragic, many kind of oppressive, kind of tyrannical acts that people don't see and hear about every day. But these things, when you see a celebrity kill himself, and that too, like a celebrity that made his way into the hearts of millions of people, it really shook an entire diaspora of people that watch Bollywood. But whatever the cause be, that it's really declined in the last year. I mean, these were people that would make every movie they release would have hundreds and hundreds of crores, and a crore is what, 10 million. So they would have hundreds of crores they would easily make in revenue within the first week of release. They'd gone down. Most of them have recently, like in the last this year going, been, and I think late last year, all been flops. Like they won't even they're barely breaking even with the amount of money they're putting in to make a movie. And it's just been a disaster. And what's shocking is, well, some people said, well, that's COVID and the new streaming video platforms that have arisen in India. So they have, in COVID, you've got the Netflix equivalents that have kind of risen there. And so people are watching movies at home. That's true. But South Indian movies, when they came to North India, they broke unprecedented records like this. This RRR, and this the other, what was it called? Pushpa, that's it. So Pushpa Raj, and that, it broke records. And it's just fascinating that, wow, okay, so people are going, I think it made 600 crore or something like this within it. So and they're bringing genuine content. It's not just plagiarism, it's not just crap acting, it's where people are actually genuine actors. And So wow, it's interesting. So now you're getting a lot of the Bollywood stars going south and collaborating, wanting to star in their movies. What goes round comes round. Chalo. So fun and games, huh? Fun and games. Chalo, we got distracted for a moment with Bollywood. Chalta hai yaar. It's the world we live in, after all. We should know what's going on in the world. Um, yeah. And it's a shame because uh the 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 you see the kind of, I don't know, the charm that Bollywood had for, let's say, for many people from my generation. It's like the kind of the charm of Shah Rukh Khan, the kind of poetic script that's written and enacted. It's sometimes OTT, over the top, but it's like va, the kind of the lines that they use, the romance that they had, the kind of, it's maybe overdone, but that era is dead. Like the Shah Rukh Khan era is dead. Like none, like for in the last maybe decade, there are no real films being made in that sense with that charm of, let's say, Kal Ho Na Ho, or the great kind of dialogues that were being said, expressed by people like Shah Rukh Khan, and that were like overly charming and overly emotional, and nobody does that anymore. Like the young actors don't do that, and so it's all just it's all of the past now. It's that was all the 2000s and the early 2000s, and Bollywood has just been riding that wave since. Like now nobody speaks like that anymore in Bollywood. They don't really do any of that charm and that poetry and that. It's, yeah, so kaha yaar, all this stuff. So yeah, let's move on. Right. So a quick question on miracles, saying, look, I've got a detailed video. I've got many detailed videos on miracles. You can watch them. There was a question here by Desi Edits saying, look, about there could be a virgin birth. I've got a detailed video on the virgin birth. So very briefly looking at it, that look, most Muslims do feel that there was a virgin birth for Jesus. This is a continuation of the Christian tradition. Yeah. Now, because most Christians feel that there was a virgin birth. Now, the Quran. Now, when you come to, and some Muslims felt there was no virgin birth, and I know some Christians have also denied the virgin birth. So some Muslim scholars denied that, especially of recent times. Now, when you look at the actual wording of the Quran actually stops short of saying there was a virgin birth. But the verses, one could say they imply, one could say that, I wouldn't say that though. I would say that you could infer. There's a difference. So one is it is implying, one is you are inferring. So one can easily infer a virgin birth from the verses, but the verses do not denote and state a virgin birth. There is no verse in the Quran that states that Jesus was born without a father. But sure, one could infer from it. So the way it's being said, that one could infer, so this happened without. So they're referring to the verse where Mary says, oh, but how can I have a child where I've not been touched? That we have not consummated, I've not engaged in sexual intimacy. So, and the reply is that whatever the Lord has decreed shall be. Now, here the people are assuming that, and then she got pregnant. So they're assuming she got pregnant straight away, because why are they assuming that? Because there is a Christian tradition telling them that. Not the Quran, but the Christian tradition telling them that. So this same verse happens in two other places. One is with, let's say, the wife of Abraham, where she is now, she assumes she is barren. And she says, well, how can I have a child? She's given the glad tidings she will have a child. She says, how can I have a child? وَقَدْ بَلَغْتُ مِنَ الْعُمْرِ عَتِيًّا. I'm a barren old woman. And she is told, well, that is what the Lord decrees shall be. And then she has a child. But nobody says she had a child miraculously. They all say, well, no, Abraham was involved. And another verse where you have the wife of Zachariah. So she is under the assumption that she's barren, not because of old age, but just that she is incapable of being pregnant. So here that they receive revelation, and they are told that whatever the Lord decrees shall be, and you shall have a child. And then she has a child. She has John, or Yahya, John the Baptist. So now nobody says that Yahya was born miraculously. So if it was just by reading these verses, you would assume, but nobody says that because they think, well, oh, naturally there's a husband in the scene. So with Mary, now they're not sure of her husband, but most people, most Christians, not most, all Christians pretty much agree that Mary had a husband, that she had a husband, which was Joseph, the carpenter. So it's not that Mary didn't have a husband, but because the Quran doesn't mention him. So the understanding is that, well, here she's being told this good news, and then she has a child. And the Christians have told us it was a virgin birth, so we're going to go with it's a virgin birth. And that's fine. If people want to go with that, I'm not saying they can't go with that. Most Muslims believe that. Most Muslims believe that. And like I said, most Christians believe that. Some Muslims believe that, no, these verses don't actually, what they're saying is that, yes, she's saying this because she was betrothed to Joseph, but he was refraining from sexual intimacy. So she says, how can I have a child? Because he doesn't seem interested in sexual intimacy. And then she goes on to have a child. So that's that view, okay? It doesn't really make a difference. If to you, Jesus being a prophet of God is nothing to do with him having a virgin birth. So Moses was a prophet of God. You don't have to have a virgin birth. Like, if you had a father, that doesn't negate you being a prophet. The greatest prophet, Muhammad ﷺ, was not born from a virgin birth. He's the greatest of all prophets. So a virgin birth has no bearing on, it's not a qualifier to be a prophet. So it's something, if it's very important for you and you feel that, look, this is important for me, then more power to you. Believe in it. There's nothing wrong. Nobody's stopping you from believing in it. If you feel that, no, that, look, well, because if you feel that, look, I don't care what science says, I don't care of our discovery of the world, because mammals cannot reproduce asexually. The other thing is, science, DNA teaches us that, you need a Y chromosome. The women do not carry a Y chromosome. So the question of Desi Edit saying asexual reproduction is not a mammalian phenomenon. Okay, so what you're talking about is called parthenogenesis. Parthenogenesis, it does occur in reptiles, in certain lizards, and they've argued maybe in certain birds. And obviously the question is, are birds very closely, related to reptiles? I mean, because they're both practically descendants of dinosaurs, right? So mammals are different. Okay, so Mammals cannot reproduce asexually. Parthenogenesis does not occur. And then to reproduce, let's say you said they reproduced, then they would reproduce using their own DNA. So a female could only reproduce the X chromosome. Let's say we go with this. Where does she get the Y chromosome from? Females don't carry a Y chromosome. So only men carry a Y chromosome. So where do you get that from? So scientifically, you can't, you see, if you feel that, look, fine, well, I don't care, I don't need a scientific, holistic coherence. To me, it's fine. Allah miraculously put a Y chromosome in Mary. Miraculously. Now the question is, well, whose DNA was in the Y chromosome? So because it has to be a man, it has to be of a lineage, it has to be of some descent. So let's just say Allah created an artificial Y chromosome of a Semitic person who lived of that people of Bani Israel, because obviously otherwise Jesus is going to look totally different. He's got to be, he's got to have the same genetic makeup of his people. Otherwise, if Allah put Chinese, let's say, or a different haplogroup in him, or let's say sub-Saharan haplogroup or Caucasian haplogroup, then he's going to obviously look entirely different to his people. So he has to be of his people. So, okay, fine. So Allah creates in that moment a Y chromosome with the genetic DNA haplogroup of his people, but it's artificial, and then Allah places it within Mary and then creates a baby. So he said, TK, I believe in that. Fine. That's because you say, well, I don't need science to explain it to me. Or sorry, not that I don't need science to explain. The problem is science already explains how this happens. So you're saying, well, I don't care what science says that this can't happen because it doesn't matter for me. That's fine. The only challenge for that is if you were to have a debate on faith with someone, your debate scientifically could not last even a few minutes. It doesn't last. Like your thing falls apart. It's like somebody arguing with you that there's a giant teapot in the sky, and you say, well, I just believe in the giant teapot. And you say, well, but there is no giant teapot. But there is. You see, scientifically, it's like, let's say you debated a Hindu who said to you that God became manifested as an avatar as Hanuman, the monkey god, and he's God. Why do you find that absurd? What's wrong with that? Why do you think that argument is absurd, that God became Hanuman is the monkey god, or why do you find the story of Shiva comes back and cuts off Ganesh's head and then replaces him with an elephant's head, and now Ganesh, the son of Shiva, and Parvati is now the god of strength? Why can't God do that? God is all powerful. Why can't God do it? So when a Hindu, let's say, debates that with you, and you say, well, that doesn't make any sense. He says, well, it does, because God is all powerful. He can do what he wants. So by the way, Hindus actually believe in, for many people don't know this, in one supreme God. They believe in Brahma. So these are just avatars. They're not actually, but they're kind of gods in their own right. They've been given these powers, but ultimately it's just Brahma. So they say, well, God's made this. God's all powerful. So why can't you accept it? So you say, well, but it doesn't make any sense. So now you're appealing to reason. You see, now when you appeal to reason, the problem is then you get stuck in these things. Because then when you go against reason, you see, but then you say, oh, but now I don't want to play the game of reason. No, not even nice. No. Not nice, this one. So you see, at that stage, you say, now I don't want to play this game. Now I want to just say, because God is all powerful. Say, but yesterday when we were debating with the Hindu, you're playing this game. So this is the problem. This is where people get stuck. They get stuck on when they're debating with other people, they want to use. So if you're somebody who doesn't debate, like let's say you say true, Hinduism could be right, but I just don't believe it's right because I believe in this. But you're right. There's no reason that I can say, like, not the voice of reason cannot disprove Hinduism. It's just that the Quran has told me that no other. So my belief is not rational. It's not based on reason. It's just confessional. Like, the Quran told me that don't believe in anything else, therefore I don't believe in anything else. The Quran said to me that's not right, therefore it's not right. I can't give you any reasons why it's not right. I don't know any reasons because I can't know, because this isn't a reason-based argument. Then in that case, it's fine. You can believe these miracles could have happened like this then, and they could be like that, and it could be that Allah's doing these things, and it could be for the Hindu that, for them, not for us, but for the Hindu, that God is all powerful, that he's made other little gods that do things, and it could be for Christians that God has made three manifestations, the Trinity, because God is all powerful, he can do what he wants, you see. So you say, well, but God can't. You say, but God can't become God the Son. You say, but he can, because he's all powerful. And you say, but he told us in the Quran that he can't. But they'll say, but he told us in the Bible that he can. So this argument of it doesn't go very far. So then you just can never, as long as you're somebody that feels, look, faith is never, like, I'm not interested in any kind of discussion. Oh, sorry, not discussion, but any kind of dialogical discourse proving faith, then it's fine. Then you can believe however, then I think these people are absolutely safe. They are bulletproof safe. Okay. But for those people who say that, you know what, we are prepared to defend faith using the voice of reason, because to us, faith is nested in reason. So to those people, this journey is different. So to them, everything in Islam, Allah is the ultimate who gives us the voice of reason. Therefore, nothing Allah tells us can ever go against reason. This is the teaching of people like the great Maliki legend Ibn Rushd, and many Islamic scholars and thinkers have thought like this, that nothing, that the voice, because Allah has given us the voice of reason, nothing that he tells us or reveals to us can ever be against the voice of reason. Like, it can never contradict. Sure, there can be things you don't understand, but it can never be that you understand something and then, so now saying how babies are born, we know how babies are born. It's not a mystery how babies are born. So sure, you could say, look, consciousness, we don't know how consciousness works, we don't know how multiverse works, we don't know how the ghaib works, but how babies are born is not the ghaib. You know, how we were born, you don't say, well, you were born as a mystery. Your mom and dad obviously got together and you were born. So babies being born is not a mystery. So to say, well, we know how babies are born, but this particular baby was born not how we know how babies are born. Now that is not that cannot work in this category of people who believe that faith is always nested in reason. So to them, this is, well, So what they can do, okay, so what some people can do in the middle, there can be a camp in the middle that say, look, we're kind of in both camps. So we believe faith is nested in reason, except when we get stuck, then we're just going to say, except on this case. But that, you see, that's exactly, it sounds like that then. Whenever you get stuck, you say, well, okay, on this time we're not going to explain. The rules don't apply on this case, but they apply on all the others which we can explain. So this is it. Look, it's your pick. I feel it's absolutely fine if you say, if a person believes that there's miraculous virgin births, it's absolutely fine. If they want to believe, that's fine. That's their choice. It's their faith. If a person believes up until now there's virgin births happening, fine. Does it bother you? If a person said, look, I believe there's 10 people I know who are in such and such village, they were born of virgin births. Then let's say, for their sake, okay. And now, to this category of people, no. Allah says that if you want to understand creation, كيف كان بدء الخلق, Allah says, فَسِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَانْظُرُوا. Go through the earth and watch, observe nature. Then you will learn how creation began. Science is an observation of your environment. So Allah has told us to do that in the Quran. So this camp of people need things to always, that they want to test. They have yaqeen in their iman. It never fails. I will take it to the nth degree and Islam will stand the test of time. See, this category of people, the people in the middle this category of people are not interested in testing Islam at all. That's fine. They don't need to test Islam. This category in the middle are interested in testing, but sometimes they get intimidated. So they, on those occasions, say, oh, don't talk about it here, but talk about it here. That's fine. But this category of people, their iman is firmly nested in the voice of reason. And the voice of reason, they have tested it time and time again, and Islam has always stood the test of time. Allahu Akbar. See, but it's up to you. You take your pick. Nobody's going to tell you. If anybody tells you you can't believe this, then I think that to me that's silly. You can believe whatever you want. Believe whichever one. All of these are ulama of Islam. So yeah. So there's whether one believes Jesus had a father or not does not interfere with one's tawheed. Exactly. So it's no big deal. These things, look, put it like this. Every single other prophet that you're going to speak about had a mom and dad. You're going to accept that. It doesn't change their mission in Islam. Jesus's mission was not that, oh, he was born without a dad. That's not Jesus's mission. So his mission stayed exactly the same. So his prophethood was not based on him, on his birth. His prophethood was based on his prophethood. So, yeah. So anyway, that's that discussion. But like I said, people can nest it. You see, this group of people who believe in a virgin birth, they nest it in this verse of the Quran. They say, Maryam alayhi salam is saying, how can I have a child? And walam yamsasni bashar. And then she has a child afterwards. Because Allah says that, such is the decree of God. So they infer that, well, it's clear Allah doesn't say, sure, he doesn't say, but here there's an inference. So they use this verse, and that's fine. People who say that this, just like everybody else, we know how babies are born. It takes two people. They use these verses of the Quran that Allah says, وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَاكُمْ مِنْ ذَكَرٍ وَأُنْثَى. We created you, as in all of you, from one male and one female. So they say, well, Jesus is no exception. They also use the verse of the Quran that Allah says that أَنَّا يَكُونُ لَهُ وَلَدْ وَلَمْ تَكُنْ لَهُ صَاحِبًا. How can God, they ascribe a son unto God. How can God have a son when he did not have a female partner? Why is Allah saying this? Because Allah is explaining that, you see, because for there to be a son, there needs to be a female. There needs to be two. Because Allah is saying in the Quran, this is a verse of the Quran, that how could he have a son? وَلَمْ تَكُنْ لَهُ صَاحِبًا. And he did not have a female consort. That surely he would need that to have the son. Now you can say, well, Allah is all powerful, but that's Allah's explaining. He's all powerful, but he doesn't work that way. He creates means. So he did not create a female consort. How did he have a son? So if Allah is saying this for himself in the Quran, that look, how can they say he had a son and he didn't have a female partner? Then min babi awla, then it's more makes absolute sense that every human on earth was born from a male and female. That's why Allah is giving that example. So these people who use that evidence, they use this verse. These people use this verse. They're both using the Quran. Okay, now you may say, oh, but that verse is not talking about this. Sure, it's talking generally. And these people would say, yeah, but that verse it's not saying anywhere, just as the other verses of Abraham and Zechariah, the wives are also given glad tidings and they have a son. Nobody says they miraculously had a son, as in nobody says they through a virgin or they were asexually had a son. Nobody says that. So why the difference? So these are the answers to both sides. Now you choose what you may. Allah. See, faith is a personal journey, people. It's a personal journey. If you feel your faith is something that only makes sense, if you feel your faith must be dictated to you by others or micromanaged, then that's a very poor state of Iman to be in. Whatever you believe, I'm not saying you need to believe this or believe anything. Whatever you believe, but it is your journey. Live it, embrace it, enjoy it, taste it, live it. Zindagi ji lijiye, varna guzar jayegi. That's the thing. Right, let's move on, people. Right, so people saying very quickly, just an appendage to what I just said. Some people saying, what do you say about the verse where Adam, that the similitude of Adam, of Jesus, is like unto Adam? Say that, Inna mathala Isa inda Allah ka mathali Adam, khalaqahu min tarabin. It's a beautiful verse. It's one of my most, honestly, I totally love that verse in the Quran, because in that verse, they are asking about the people were trying to say that Jesus didn't have a dad. But the Quran, because the Quran, it's very important for the Muslims that they had that bond with the Christians. It was very important because Muslims right to the north, because you had the Sassanids who were not really relating to the Arabs. And you had the Byzantines who were Christians, who had many Christian Arabs. And then in the south, you had the Aksumite kingdoms who were Christian Arabs. And so really, you just had Hijaz in the middle. And they didn't identify with the Sassanid Zoroastrians. So really, the important thing was the people of the book. That Allah says in the Quran, قُلْ تَعَالُوا إِلَى كَلِمَةٍ سَوَاءٍ بَيْنَنَا وَبَيْنَكُمْ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ, O people of the book, let's come to a middle ground. Let's not worry about our differences. Let's focus on what we have in common. This is what the Quran says. What the Prophet did in Medina, the covenant of Medina, is he got the Jews and the Christians together, and he said the ending of it, which is in Sahih Bukhari, and in the Prophet said, "Nahnu ummatun wahida." We, the Jews, the Christians, the believers, Muslims, we are one ummah. Let's momentarily forget our differences. So here, when they are asking about this, the verse, it's just amazing. This is the miracle of the Quran. The verse says, oh, Jesus, because it's saying he doesn't have a dad. The verse never said he doesn't have a dad. The verse says, oh, he is like Adam. He's from dust. Allah said, be, and he was. Beautiful, breathtaking. Because in this verse, everybody just went, okay. And they went with whatever story they had. See, because many people had the story that Adam didn't have a mum and dad. So they went with that. But then one would say, but you see, because if you look at this verse, what is it actually saying? Look, that Jesus is like Adam. But I thought Jesus had a mum. Say, yeah. Say, but so that means Adam had a mum. Say, oh, no, we're just talking about the dad. You say, but the verse is saying he's like Adam. You say, oh, yeah, but that's talking just about the dad. Say, oh, but Allah says, khalaqahu min turab, he's from dust. So, so Jesus was just made out of dust. Oh, no, Jesus wasn't made out of dust. He was given birth to. Oh, so that means Adam was also given birth to. Say, no, but he was made out of dust. Say, but he wasn't made out. Say, but Allah said, kun fayakun. So he wasn't even made out of dust. He was just made to be. Say, yeah. Oh, no, but he was made out of dust. Oh, no, but he had a mum. So he had a mum. No. Oh, he was just told be and he was. No. So he was just told be and he was. Yeah. But I thought he was made out of dust. Oh, no, he was made out of dust first. Oh, so he wasn't just said be and he was. It's a beautiful verse. It shows honestly, this is the Quran. It speaks so miraculously to you. Because in that verse lay all your answers. Because the day you understand that, because you see, this was left for people of all time. In that day and age, those people who took the Christian thing said, see, well, Jesus, Adam didn't have a dad, Jesus didn't have a dad. Baat khatam. But some people say, well, but Jesus had a mum, so did Adam have a mum? And then you go forward and people say, well, evolution took place. Obviously, clearly it's in our DNA. You can't. So you say, well, here Allah did say it's like Adam. You see, well, if he was given birth to, then he was given birth to. See that the beauty of the Quran. It unlocks gems for you, for the unforeseeable future. It's wow, the legacy, honestly. And it's amazing. You see the other verse of the Quran, the speaking about Adam. Or is it that خلقنا الإنسان what is it? خلقنا الإنسان في سلالة من طين. Created insan fi sulala min tin. We from clay. This is what we created insan from. What did they say in the tafsir of that? They say it's insan is who created insan from clay. Say Adam. What does the next verse say? ثم جعلناه. Then we placed him في قرار مكين. What is it? نطفة في قرار. That we placed him as a sperm in a settled, which is the womb. قرار مكين. So here people get stuck again. Say, okay, this isn't Adam. Say, but I thought the other verse was Adam. Oh, no. The verse before, we created insan from solala, an extract of this some kind of gooey extract of clay, of dust. Okay, but then we made him a drop of sperm to be fertilized in a womb. Say, no, yeah, that is Adam, but this is a different person. See, but it says, but we made him. It doesn't say we made the next person. It says, ثُمَّ جَعَلْنَاهُ. Then we placed him. Is the him not going back to the first person? Yeah, but in this case, it's so here people got stuck. So some people said, yeah, well, maybe Allah created Adam, to Ibn Jarir al-Tabari in his tafsir as well, elaborating. Okay, so this is Adam, and this one is okay. Some said it's so maybe Allah created an artificial womb in which He placed. This is what some scholars said. That they said, well, when Allah created Adam out of clay, maybe He made like an artificial womb and placed him in that. So Allah created him out of clay, but then made him into a drop of sperm and put him in an artificial womb. And then you say, "Okay, but there were already wombs around." So it depends. Look, this is the beauty, whichever way you go. But it comes back to that same thing. Do you want to go confessionally? Do you want to go rationally? So whichever way you go, it's your choice, it's your faith. Let's move on. Right now, where are we? All right, I want to share some on Imam Malik actually, but I'm thinking, what time is it? You know what? Let's leave this for. I want to do this, but there's so much I want to cover. It's going to take so long. What I'll do is I'll just share the people want to jump on live, and then we'll wrap this up. We ended up discussing, but why? I guess it's good. You know, we spoke about some very fascinating topics. It's always good to kind of to go over stuff, and I think the most important thing is to understand that faith is a personal journey. Yeah, and I do feel that, you see, I don't think the heart of faith is reason. I don't think that. I used to think it was. I've realized the heart of faith, the kind of kernel, the inner, the nectar of Iman is the sacred, and with it is mysterium tremendum. This is at the heart of faith. And it's not necessary that reason will get you there. In fact, reason does not get you to mysterium tremendum. But what reason will do is it will guide you by telling you what is not that. And then there will come a point where reason will be suspended, and beyond that is mysterium tremendum. But so that's for Islam, at its heart is the holy, the sacred, mysterium tremendum. That which, the divine mystery that terrifies. Terrifies in its sense here doesn't mean like terror. It's more almost that which shakes you. Jalla Jalalu. Et fascinans. Yet it captivates you. This is it. Takes you up. What ta'ala. You know, this whole thing that the trance, it's like it takes your soul with it. That is ultimately what the faith is about. So people arrive at that they arrive at that usually not through reason necessarily, but through an experience. But many people may not do that. And Islam, so this is Iman, but then you have Islam, which is the practice, which is the living tradition, which is the, now this has things with it, it has detail, it has stories of this is what happened, it has narratives, it has, so here you are navigating through the world with people. So here the voice of reason is what helps you navigate through the world, bypassing other people, allowing you to understand these greater narratives, how they are anchored. What is, and there's nothing wrong with believing things that are counter reason, or as in even irrational. Let's go with irrational. I would say there's nothing wrong in if what that narrative does is simply empowers and boosts your devotional aspect of the faith. So in that case, that narrative is not to be confused with informational historicity or informational data. It is rather to be understood and navigated through as one does with art, as it were. That it is to evoke, it is wordless, seamless, formless, structureless. It evokes an experience within you, an emotion that connects you with that profundity, that mysterium tremendum, that sacred, that holy. That is absolutely, you are locked in, that is perfect. There, it doesn't matter that this is irrational, illogical, it is, because it is not to be misunderstood as data. That is the problem. When you start conflating these categories, then one needs to clear it up using the voice of reason. Not, I mean, I don't know how much of that is making sense to you when I'm saying that. Perhaps it is, but I hope, yeah, that if we can approach religion, scripture, in a relationship that is akin, somewhat, as it were, to a person that stands, or to a person that interprets art with its overwhelming, profound relationship that they have to it. That it's not, this is what Karen Armstrong in her book, The Art of Scripture, argues as well. That she says that people misunderstood scripture, that they think scripture, the relationship to it is the relationship of a student to a textbook. But it ought to be the relationship, it ought to be more viewed as an art as it is a textbook. So it then evokes this experience, this devotion. So I would 100, that's what I would guide people to understanding scripture, wahi, in that dynamic. So there, in that sense, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be, you see, you don't need to be trying to tie things together. So it all depends on how you are almost the cap you're wearing to approach something, the glasses, the lens by which you are viewing something, or navigating through. I guess it's not just lens, because it's It's almost like you are navigating through. It's more than just seeing, it's hearing, it's experiencing, it's sensing, perception. So yeah, that's what I would say. Okay, let's move on. Right. I don't know if I missed any super chats. I can check. Oh, there are some super chats. I missed some. This is Edic's super chat. I get that, but are miracles logically impossible? I'll let you find the answer to that. I don't know. What do you think? You've heard what I've said. You can hear what other people have to say. You can, I don't even know if I answered that question directly, but I'll let you figure it out. Because what is faith if it's not a journey? So if you, I don't know how old this person, how old you are asking me this, but if you're young, if 20 years from today, your faith is exactly how it was 20 years ago, then that's 20 years of your life wasted, unfortunately. Because it is a journey. That means you stood exactly where you were. So walk the path, let it unfold. You tell me in the future. Guide us. Amin, much love for the super chat. What are your thoughts on Muhammad Abduh? Yeah, I've got a video where I speak about Muhammad Abduh, so you can check that. Yes, of course. Anybody who, it's very much, you see, the only difference I feel that I really I respect the traditions of reason, unquestionably, but I find myself in recent times compelled more so by the path of consciousness, and I find myself more drawn to the mystery. So yeah, and I feel that's something that, I mean, I don't know where I am in what stage of my life. Okay, I don't mean by my age, but I don't know to what age I will live. So I don't know where I am in the chapters of my life. Am I just halfway? Am I, 70%, 80%, 90%? God forbid. Am I almost there already to the end? Am I only like 40% of the way? I don't know. So, but I am so glad, I'm so indebted to God that I found this. I found the path of consciousness and mystery. That this, I came, I'm just, you know, taking my baby steps in trying to understand Mysterium Tremendum. But I feel that many of the ulama of reason, unfortunately, many of them, I feel their story ended before they reached that part of the journey. And this is why I'm so, grateful that I feel, wow, like I'm just, this is priceless. And I feel people like Muhammad Abduh and all these other people who did champion the voice of reason, but their story finished before it could get to Mysterium Tremendum. And I feel that is actually greater than the voice of reason. So, but the thing is, it can't be explained except by, like, I mean, it can't truly be explained, but it could be guided by the voice of reason. So, yeah, so that's where where I speak, where I watch ulama who champion the voice of reason. The only thing is they're not on the path of consciousness. And sure, that's, I'm not knocking them in the sense that I'm not saying what they're doing isn't priceless. It is. But to me, it's like, okay, this what I feel is unlocking on this path is of a different caliber altogether. It's just something, it's a different paradigm. It's not, see, this leaves reason way behind. This is, this is through dhawq. It's just something that must be tasted. But yeah, let's go to taking some guests. Was there Amin, shukran, much love for the super chat. Is there any reason to accept the Quran as truth? Right. So, I don't even know. I don't even know how what to this. How can I can't answer that in just, is there any reason to accept the Quran as truth? Wow. What does reason mean? What does accept mean? And what does truth mean? And that's like bloody 45 minutes on each one of them. So I'm sorry, I can't do this question any justice by, is there any reason to accept the Quran as truth? What does that even mean? Like, what do you mean by that? Because I'm sure you could answer that with, so I don't even know what you say. Any reason? Like what? Like belief? It's a reason. Faith? It's a reason. Reason itself is a reason. Acceptance is a reason. Consciousness is a reason. I don't know what does that even mean. So, truth, okay. Correlation, truth. What is truth? That which correlates with reality. Are we going with that definition of truth? Are we going with true justified belief as a definition of truth? Are we going with, what definition of truth are we taking when we're saying this? I don't see. Wow. So, yeah, you can understand. Right. Okay, let's move on. Right. Shukran. Azarati, much love for the super chat. Yeah. I'm not answering. Who's this writing in all these capital letters? Salam from Morocco. All right. Yunus Al Yaqubi. All right. Tatwan. Doing it, yar. Much love. Much love. Tatwan, a blessed place indeed. I visited Tatwan. I visited Sheikh Sidi Bou Khubza in Tatwan. And I think I went to Tatwan twice, actually. I brought the book. I was looking for that book everywhere. The Ma'yar al-Jadid of Al-Wazani. I looked for it everywhere, man. At that time, now I'm sure many places have it. Nobody had it. And I found it in a bookstore in Tatwan. Allah. Huh? Seek and ye shall find. It's epic, by the way. That book is it's just full of, if you love fatawa, like just wild fatawa, it's just wonderful. It's a sequel to Ma'yar of One Sharisi, but then several hundreds of years later, recently by Sidi al-Wazani, Sheikh al-Wazani. And wow, it's something, it has some amazing discussions in it. Sure, let's move on. People, right? Let me. Right. So sorry, I just thought, where's my damn? Where are my headphones? Go with, Yeah, did I? Can't seem to find my AirPods anywhere. 1 second, let me grab. I don't know if these will be charged actually. Hope so. Oh, let's go with this. Okay, I gotta see if this ain't charged, then we've got an issue. Come on. Oh, God. You know, honestly, the Bluetooth, there it is. Technology harm. You know what it is? We have all these things, but let's see, connecting. Ah, damn, got to disconnect. Oh, it's connected. All right. Oh, I think we've got. All right, people, we are in luck. I like it. Let me just go into settings and just make sure that the audio speaker. Right, let me just test. All right, we are in luck. I like it. I like it. It says we've got a bit of percentage here. So we. Oh, look at that. I picked this and I find the AirPods. Well, we're good to go now anyway. So let me bring on some guests. Who have we got here? We've got who have we got? We've got Taha Ali. All right, let's add that. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Sheikh. How are you?
I'm good. How are you keeping, Taha?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
What's going on? Yeah.
Nothing. Just last day off before work. So just I was lucky enough to catch your show. Usually it's pre-recorded parts that I'm listening to just on my drives here and there. But it's good to catch you live again.
Shukran. Likewise.
I don't know if I tuned in when you were speaking about the Isa alayhi salam and Adam alayhi salam part. I don't know if you had a chance to speak about the passing of Muhammad Alshareef from the Maghrib Institute.
Yes, salam. No, I didn't. But what we did speak about today was the topic of death at the beginning, because two people that had come to mind whose mothers had passed away. One was Professor Dr Sajid, Mehdi Sajid, and the other was one of the Patreon members. So we'd spoken about the topic of loss and tragedy. So we did speak about that there, which is very relevant, the same topic. And you're right, Muhammad Alshareef, may Allah bless his afterlife. It came as a true surprise. I mean, I did not know him personally. As in, I knew of him, and we had mutual friends, but I'd never been in touch with him directly. And I was shocked, really, because from what I'm aware, he wasn't really of any, old age, so as it were. And it was just, apparently it's a sudden death. It's not, just one day he just died. It wasn't, there was no kind of underlying health issues, or it wasn't. And so it's just shocking. So may Allah firstly bless his afterlife. Secondly, may Allah grant his family ease. I don't know if he has, I assume he has children. May Allah make things easy for them.
Yeah, I believe he has 4. And
okay.
I was listening to Abu Isa Ni'matullah, who was speaking about it, and his 3-year-old and his 7 his 3-year-old and his 7-year-old were with him when
how did he die? What happened? Was it a heart attack?
Yeah, so they said that he took the kids. This is from what Abu Isa said, and it's online as well for anybody who wants to catch it. But the story that I got was that he prayed Maghrib and then he collapsed during the Salah, and it was a heart attack. Survived for a little bit in hospital, and then eventually a day or so later passed on. But his children, from what I understand, were with him at the masjid when it happened. So, I mean, may Allah make it easy for them as well.
He was just in the masjid. No, there was no, there was nothing, no kind of build up to the.
No, from what I understand, no.
Wow, ya salam. It really just shows us the kind of fleeting, transient, the impermanence of
Yeah.
this illusion, isn't it? This
Mhm.
illusory realm. Wallahi, it's wow. When we think about it, it's
Yeah.
something, man, that it's such a powerful illusion, though. Yeah,
Yeah.
this world. It's so. Hmm.
And it makes you think that everyone has plans that will inevitably exceed their life, right? And the day that each and every single one of us will return to Allah, we're gonna wake up that morning and have plans for that evening that we'll never get around to. So inevitably, all of us expect more from life than we're actually going to be given, right? So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just wow, man. Honestly, there's something. I think this is where some of the mystics speak. I was actually reading about. So you had this mystic in Islam, Ibn Sab'in, and a he's just slightly after Ibn Arabi, and he's you have he is I believe the student of Ibn Arabi, Qunawi, I believe he meets him, but he's from around. He's also from Al-Andalus, but he travels
okay,
but he's this mystic that people have criticized and others. But he has this concept of where he's speaking. I suppose one may say similar to Ibn Arabi about wahdat, maybe not wahdatul wujud, but he has this wahdatul mutlaqa. But what he's saying is he says he would have this saying that faqat Allah, there is just Allah, not in the sense. See, people think they take this to mean, well, oh, well, here's a bottle of water. Is this bottle of water God? Then that's, you see, but that's not what
it's
other
a very
mystics would
naive
mean
and
by, yeah.
misrepresentation of it.
What ultimately everything is illusory, and the only real permanence. See, kullu man alayha
Have fun.
fan. That, but not just kullu man alayha sayafna. Not just everybody on it will perish at some point, but is fan, as in this is the fa'il, is the active participle, as in this, it is right now happening. They are in a state of fana, that they are perished, that they're not really, they're transient, they're not really, are they even there? One may
Yeah.
ask. I mean, we're here. Obviously, I'm not saying this is, but from a perspective, it's an illusion. So from that perspective, that you think when you place it, let's say a person juxtaposes creation with God, then creation is but just an illusion.
Yeah.
And real existence is just God. Our
Mhm.
existence doesn't even really count. I mean, what is our existence in relation? And in that way, I guess, if anything, it reminds us of God.
Yep.
They just reminds us that everything is passing, everything is,
Yeah.
But yeah, salam, and it is scary because I would see posts every now and then by Muhammad Alshareef. I would
Yeah.
see, um, and he was just mainly, they were just positive, kind of encouraging posts.
Yeah.
They were just, the kind of mentorship. They were kind of mentoring posts. So they were mentoring people, I guess,
Yeah.
and that giving that that kind of guidance to people. But yeah, salam, may Allah bless our lives, allow us to leave a legacy. This
Yeah.
is what matters.
Yeah. And I think
And
that was the one thing that I mean, on a more less gruesome and less down kind of note, the one thing that I kind of took away from it all was to be better in our private lives than we are in our public lives, right? I feel like a lot of the times, it's almost like what Shakespeare said, and I'm probably misrepresenting the quote, but something like, each of us gets on stage and we act a certain
yeah,
part, and then we disappear behind backstage, right? So each of
so
us, I
true.
feel like, when we're given a certain role, we almost fake it till we make it, right? So You get a new job, you have
everybody is winging it, don't you think
yeah,
so, in
yeah,
life? That's
yeah,
but that is the game. That is
yeah,
the path. The
yeah.
path is, it's you take a step and the path is unfolding.
Hmm.
Like, are we walking or is the earth rotating?
Yeah,
Or is it both, both happening? It's the process, isn't it? It's the
yeah.
process. Uh yeah, but there is a beauty in that as well, a poetic
Mhm.
kind of beauty.
Yeah,
But
exactly. Mufti, one thing that I wanted to ask you, and I've had this discussion a little bit in the last couple of weeks,
sure.
um, in terms of education, when it
Yeah.
comes, and I don't know what the situation is like in the UK, but here in Canada, the Muslim community has sort of risen against the public domain of education, right? So a lot of the newer generation of Muslims who are having children and children are starting to go to school are turning away from the public sector of education and
Okay, are they?
opting, opting a lot towards homeschooling. There's a
Oh, in that
huge,
sense. Oh, you mean
yeah,
like that?
huge uprising of students who are just being homeschooled, and just second to that, Islamic school. Um, but I mean, what's your take on all that? Because I know for me, anyone that I've spoken to so far about it comes with a very strong bias, right? So, family members of mine who do homeschool will say, well, Islamic schools, the fees are ridiculous, and public school is not an option because they're teaching, XYZ thing that we don't agree with. So homeschooling is the only one. And then talk to people who are in Islamic school or teachers in Islamic school, and of course, their bias is towards Islamic school, right? And for me, like I look at it from my own experience. I went to public school. After finishing school, went to the madrasa full time for a year to do my shift, then went back to university and maintained kind of a part time course with the local madrasa there. So it's been kind of for me, it's been a foot in each ship, if you will, right? Kind of bringing
Yeah.
both things separately but together.
Yeah.
What's your take on all of the on the idea of providing that education for your children and which direction the community should go towards?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about community going towards. I think, look, people, they what they feel, it's their lives, their
Mhm.
choices, and their mistakes to make as well.
Yeah,
I think everybody has to. If I was to share some words, my thoughts on it, as in on the, hmm,
because I know
I
you
would,
spent some time in education as well.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, I was well into education. I taught in a secondary school
yeah,
for about probably about what maybe about 6 7 years or something. 6 years. I taught in a college for about, I think, 2 years. I had like I qualified as a teacher. This is going back in the mid late 2000s. I did a master's in education. I had that kind of stuff, but I was never uh impressed with that world. I just it was what it was, and I ended up doing
mhm,
those things and finding myself in it. And to be honest, I'm so glad I left it. I was like, this is this. I mean, I get, to be fair, not to take a dig at teachers. I'm sure they do wonderful jobs
yeah,
and great people, but it wasn't a world for me, man. There's too much, so much bureaucracy in it, so much.
mhm,
I'm a bit of a free spirit, I think, and
yeah.
um, but yeah. So, and I was also an examiner for about 4 years
Oh,
for in the UK GCSE RE papers.
okay.
I was an examiner for that for about 4 years. This is why I could, the students in my class in secondary school, I like I because I was so familiar with the how RE exams work with the boards. Even though I was with the particular board, although I did actually participate with two boards during my as an examiner, I knew so well, like I could. It didn't matter who you were. If okay, if obviously I wanted to because I had to because it didn't matter who you were, how clever, intelligent you were. I could ensure that you will pass the exam. It doesn't matter. Like I had formulas that it
Yeah.
doesn't matter whether you know anything. I would ensure like you will. This is why all my students, even the bottom sets, all got GCSEs in RE because in Islamic studies, because I just knew how, because I knew it so well and I could figure out how this is how you hack the system. So I would be like, okay, doesn't matter what the question is. This is a guaranteed C, if not B. This is how you're going to do it. You could not even know zero about this topic, and I could teach you, and I did it. And this is why, except the absent, so they would have 5 sets. The bottom set was special needs, so not them because they don't really sit the
Right.
exams and stuff. But the bottom set above that, so you had like set 1, 2, 3, 4, which would be an absolute failing set. Every single person from top set to that set, with the exception of one pupil who didn't really do what I said, but if everybody else got a C or above, and I knew how to do it. So this is why obviously the schools who did not like me for my, let's say, non-institutionalized views obviously were kind of always in between a rock and a hard place, because they always felt that, damn, but how does he get all these people to pass?
Yeah.
So obviously grades mean good things for schools and institutions.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But it's all fake, man. This whole thing is an illusion. So but coming to this point that, look, I would say it depends what you want out of it.
Mm.
So where your kids are going, should your kids go to should they go to a private school? By private, you mean by private you mean an Islamic school. Obviously, normal private school is really expensive in the UK. So most people, they wouldn't send their children to private school unless they, private school here in the UK, I'm assuming per year costs something like, I think it costs something like between 15 to 18,000 pounds per year per child. So that's a lot of money. So I'm assuming that's about like 20 grand in dollars, so per child per year.
Yeah.
So that's mostly not going to happen. So if what we're discussing here is between homeschooling, between Islamic schools, which
Mm-hmm.
don't cost as much, or some might even be free, and between regular schools.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, well, it depends what they want out of it and what they're trying to do. Personally, I would say, if this is my thoughts,
Yeah.
we totally, it doesn't mean anything. Just, as the ulama would say, throw them against the wall and ignore them. It's, if the school was a good school that your child could go to, like, in the sense, first of all, they're going to be safe. Okay.
Yeah.
I see, to me, school education, you see, this is weird because I have a bunch of degrees and I have a bunch of stuff like this, but institutionalized education means nothing. Like, I think it did not teach me, the things I learned were things I wanted to learn. And I
Mm-hmm.
would have, sure. So some of them were just, so the master's was useless. The degrees, okay, the educational degree, whatever. But the psychology degree, I was interested in psychology. So I was learning psychology before I embarked on a degree. I was
Mm-hmm.
actually doing just degree material stuff. I'd bought books and started reading them. Then I thought, well, why don't I just do a degree since I'm reading them anyway?
Right.
But there's a quote from Mark Twain that schooling was but a brief interruption to my education.
Yeah.
So it's, you see, so to me the most important thing is that kids feel safe,
Mm-hmm.
because I think especially secondary schools, there is so much bullying
Yeah.
and there is so much nastiness that takes place. To me, that is the most important thing. I couldn't give okay, sure, I could care. I do care about results because I recognize there's a system,
Yeah.
and sure, I want them to be somewhat privileged in this system.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want them to be at a loss. I would rather, given the spectrum, that they have greater odds than other people, than their counterparts. They're more, it's a competitive world. I get that. So, but the first and foremost, are the kids safe? Okay, do they feel safe? Sorry, do they feel safe? That's so. If the answer to that is no, then then an Islamic school is definitely safer than a regular school. So Islamic schools are usually very safe. Okay, they from a safety perspective, the kid feels safe compared to many normal schools. So if in the normal school the child feels safe, like this normal school has a great, the anti-bullying policy, zero tolerance, there's a great positive atmosphere when you visit it. There's a lot of support from the staff. I would say that personally, that would score above Islamic schools that I've seen here in the UK.
Right.
And it would score above homeschooling, because if the child is safe, then then them being around their peers is always much more productive for the greater world. Because unless you want your child to be sheltered for the rest of their lives, that option definitely outweighs than the other option.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is, well, okay, education as well then obviously comes into it. What's the caliber of education? Because as a homeschooling, how dedicated are you to the cause? Can you will you always be there consistent? You must be. Can you provide the breadth of the curriculum, of the experience, of the knowledge? Will you wake up every day? Will you be on time? Will you be be strict? I think it would kill. I mean, if I had to, I could never homeschool. It'd be mad.
No,
I mean, I'll just tell the kids, don't worry about it. We'll meet tomorrow. You got the day off. You'll figure it out in life. Enjoy the mystery. I'd be like, it doesn't. So I could never do it. Okay, so that's not going to happen. This keeps dropping the volume on this, so I don't know whether it's adjusting for other people. Right. So okay, so that's that Islamic thing. Sure, I would think that you'd have a better breadth of education being delivered than homeschooling, but it's still a very sheltered experience. So the problem with Islamic schooling is, sure, they make you pass all the exams because it's very disciplinarian. There isn't much kind of messing about. There's smaller classes, and they teach you the formula of how to pass.
Yeah.
Teaching kids, if you know how to make kids pass, it's not difficult. It's like I said, I mean, as an examiner, I would ensure every kid would pass. It's just by that I didn't have. This doesn't mean for anybody watching that I had the answers. I didn't have the answers. I didn't, because I was an RE examiner, but the kids were doing Islamic studies. So as an RE examiner, I had to cover things like Christianity more often. Islam was very rare that I covered Islam in the RE exams. That was for the nationwide. I used to mark exam papers, but that was for Christianity. But it was the paper, the board was the same. So once you understood that and you assessed how this works, it's very easy to take away a formula of how to and just put together a simple structure in saying, well, okay, doesn't matter what it is, I'm going to get you a minimum C. You follow these steps, you can't fail. It's bulletproof. And so that's what in these Islamic schools, same thing. Like, people know how to make you pass. They'll make you pass. You'll get all the grades. You will have a somewhat sheltered experience of the greater world. So that's okay. So some people say, well, they don't mind that for their kids. They want. Then it's, what are you see? What it comes back to your objectives. So if that's what you want, like if you say my greatest aim is, I just want my kids to get I want them to get GCSE, let's say, results. And I want them to, by the end of it, know so many du'as and know how to pray salah and know how to, let's say, stories from the Quran. And I want them to know certain, like, they don't, Islamic schools, they don't know so much, but they have a certain, it's like a low level, but
foundation almost.
Like they have like an Islamic feel to it. Like they have this, obviously, this ethos where they'll always mention Islamic stuff, names of Sahaba, certain du'as. So your child will come out knowing those things most likely. That's so sure, if that's what you want, then sure, do it. That's what will happen. That will happen. If you want your
Right.
child to go in there and learn some du'as and know certain things, then they will come out doing that. But to be honest, you could, if that's so passionate about that, you see, you have to weigh up what you want from your child. Your child knowing some du'as, and I don't know if that really outweighs.
Yeah.
Surely you can teach your child du'as. Your child learning like, let's say, 10 du'as isn't something so incredibly fascinating. Like anybody can do it. It's
Hmm.
not actually, I mean, it's literally children do it every day.
Yeah.
So, and the kids that come out of Islamic school, they're not like, I don't know, like sometimes some people think if I put my kid in something Islamic, they're going to come out pious. Like, piety is not information.
No, exactly.
Piety is a behavior, like how a person behaves. Sure, maybe your kid might come out pious, but most kids that go to Islamic, I taught in an Islamic school for
Hmm.
about two of those years. That
Right.
of my teaching years, I taught in an Islamic school. Most kids there got up to what most kids got up to.
Yeah.
So kids smoked weed, they smoked cigarettes, they had girlfriends, they watched porn, they did whatever. Obviously, they weren't doing this in front of you as a teacher, but
Hmm.
you knew this was going on by what was going on between kids. Like,
Yeah.
so this kid got caught with this on his phone in school. One of the kids
Yeah.
did this in school. He got caught with, let's say, this one kid got caught with weed. No, obviously you'd find out, like, kids would get caught doing things. Some kid is blackmailing another kid. There's
Hmm.
bullying going on. They did what normal kids would do in normal schools, and
Yeah.
some kids didn't. Some kids learned great Arabic, and they were really, shall I say, pious, good kids. Like, really, like the goody goody kind of, like, you'd say, like a goody goody kid, like goody goody two shoes kind of kid. But to be honest, I think those kids, and they're wonderful, and they were like, let's say, epic kind of iconic kids to say, oh, like, wow, what amazing kids, never
Hmm.
get up to trouble. But I think personally those kids would have been like that wherever they were. I think that was just those kids, like that was
Has a
in
lot to do with the home environment, right?
and them as well, their
Yeah.
personality. It's like they were just like really just 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 good souled
Mhm.
children that were just always just wanting
Sharif.
to learn. Yeah, they were very Sharif by nature. Like they, you love, everybody loved those kids because
Yeah.
they would always learn in your subject. They would always be keen. They'd always just want to do good things. But they were like, out of that class, they would be like maybe 2%,
Yeah.
or I don't know, not even, okay, maximum 5% of a class. They wouldn't be of the kids, like they would be like that. Most kids would just be average. But one thing for sure, in Islamic schools, the bullying was a lot less than it was in
Mm.
some secular schools, because
Gotcha.
the classes were smaller, the discipline was more strict. And plus, this is an important thing, that the pupils, the students, their parents were more disciplinarian. So you see, if a child messed about in an Islamic school, you told their parents, they knew they were going to get in trouble.
Hmm.
Whereas in regular schools, the parents don't really care sometimes. So
Yeah,
the
you
kids,
have a mix of everyone.
so the kids are less likely to care. So yeah, so you do get that. So I would say, look, that's the, if you're putting them in an Islamic, so look, I've spoken to people who said, look, I've put my son in an Islamic school,
Yeah.
and I agree, because I was speaking to them, and they said, because look, I just can't risk my son getting into knife crime and gang
Yeah.
crime. And you know what? I don't like, to be honest, my first and foremost thing is that he just steers clear of that crowd. And
Mhm.
I 100% back that. Like, I think if you can get a school, definitely Islamic schools will steer away from knife crime and gang crime and
Yeah.
all of that stuff. So if that, sure, you know what, that would be something that I would actually consider. Like, let's say, if especially with boys,
Yeah.
you see, I think girls, it's less so. Those things are not those issues with girls, but I think with boys, they can get into gangs, they can get into crime, they can get into, and it can
Mhm.
ruin them. These years can. So yeah, I would
Yeah.
feel in that situation. But this is very little to do with Islam as content. It's more to do with the kind of discipline and
Yeah.
authoritarian and tarbiyah side. But
Mhm.
Islam as content, I would agree that most of the kids that went to the Islamic school that I taught in, when they went to college and university, they struggled immensely
Yeah.
because they had no experience of the greater world. Like, they were very sheltered kids, even
Mhm.
though they were very clever and very, like, they weren't sheltered in terms of, like, they knew, they had the latest phones and they were on iPads or whatever it was, or computers, but they were sheltered in terms of the greater discourse in society. Like, they weren't a
Yeah.
part of the greater society. Like, they
Mhm.
didn't mix with non-Muslims, and they didn't.
Yeah.
So when they went to these greater institutes, and they didn't, a lot of them, when we did meet up with people afterwards,
Yeah.
we found out, a lot of them struggled.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's up to each family, each
Yeah.
parent, do whatever they see best.
Mhm.
And yeah, hopefully people get through. Man, let's I just noticed a bunch of people here.
I won't take up more of your time. It was great speaking to you.
Let's leave it to that. Much love.
We'll keep
Take
in
care.
touch, inshallah.
Yeah, stay
But
in touch, man. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Taha. All right, shukran for the much. For what a discussion, huh? Education. See, some people get surprised. I'm a bit blasé about education. I feel I feel it's okay. I feel it's good if you're going towards a career that you can only attain via, like, let's say, becoming a doctor, becoming an engineer, becoming a lawyer. You can't become these things, becoming a dentist, an optician, or becoming something like that. You can't become these things without an academic route. So yeah, in that sense, I would say, of course, it's great and do it. But I think all the others are just, like they say, Emma. Emma, it's like neither here, neither there. It doesn't, natin mein na tera mein. It doesn't make, it doesn't, it's, to me, it's like you leave university and you're like £40,000 in debt, and it's useless. It's like, degree means nothing. Like, honestly, I don't think, I think it actually dumbs people down. But I'm not against people doing a degree. I just see it as like, okay. I would rather, if a person said to me, instead of doing a degree, I'm gonna do two different business venture startups, and I'm gonna spend 1 year backpacking around the world. That's my 3 years of it. I would rate that and be so much more impressed with that, because degree. But sure, I'm not, by me saying this doesn't mean people need to, this is just my thoughts. Yeah, like, to me, a degree is like, you're just doing what everybody's doing, and you're only doing it because other people are doing it. It doesn't really mean anything, and you're actually just buying into debt. It's stupid, ridiculous corporate business that have fooled most of the people into thinking they need it. They don't need it. You absolutely it's absolute deception, and it's such a delusion to think that you need it for the other category, and that, of course. But I'm talking about the other, all, business admin or whatever these kind of useless degrees are. You don't need degrees for this kind of stuff. And sure, but if you want to do them, obviously, I'm a huge proponent of people must make their own choices and make their own mistakes. They must live their own mistakes. They must learn from their own mistakes. And so, yeah. But I think traveling the world, wow, now that's an education. But you have to travel it. I don't mean tourism, and you can't travel it as tourism as a kid. I mean, okay, they're not a kid, but technically a kid. I mean, okay, what, de facto a kid. I mean, 19-year-olds and these people, but they wouldn't have money to travel as tourism, but they would struggle. But the struggle is important because through that struggle they grow, they mature, they. But obviously, there's other things, there's safety concerns and everything. But yeah, I do feel that. The only degrees we need is temperature. Allah. Yes, somebody said teach them to code. Yeah, coding, sure, all that kind of. But that stuff, it's free, or it's like it's different. It's not a degree. Sure, there might be a degree in it, but a degree is useless in it. So these are my thoughts. Like, I think, okay, I'm saying the word useless. Let me retract that. Okay, it's non-impressive. Let me put it like that. It's just like, it's like just another like just a blind follower. That's all. It's not useless. Okay, I retract that word. It's not useless. Sure, it may have some use. But then origami has some use. Learning how to make a paper aeroplane has some use, and learning how to. People go, yeah, Mufti, you said it has some use, and then you compare it to origami. I love origami. Okay, as a kid, I learned how to make that. The flapping. I still make it till today. I make it for and show it. It's like, wow, look, and the crane kind of flaps its wings, right? So, right, okay, let's move on, people. We've got some live guests. Let me bring on. We've got Masihe Muslim again. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Mufti. How are you, sir?
I'm good. What's going on? Masihi Muslims, yes. How are you doing? Are you okay?
I'm
What's
fine.
preoccupying?
Well, you were discussing schools, and it reminded me of an incident years back
Okay.
when a friend of mine, his kid got suspended because he got involved in a fight. And I ended up writing a big letter to the principal, had a meeting with them, and finally he was back. And in the process, I learned that a friend of his daughter was sitting at home for almost a year and a half to 2 years because she couldn't handle the pressure in that sense, because she was getting bullied and all the other stuff.
Yeah,
And
it's tyrannical. The what the what is going on in this is such a problem. I can't believe that it's kind of the bullying thing is just ignored or stepped. But sorry, carry on. You were saying,
and then we actually, when we were in the meeting with the principal, we brought this up too. And what happened is the principal said, "Here's my cell phone number. Please give it to the girl. Ask and tell her to come back to school. If anybody tries to bully her, all she needs to do is call my number straight away." So what I feel is, people, okay, send them to regular schools, but keep in touch with the admin on a regular
yeah.
basis.
Or the senior staff, you mean, like, or the kind of pastoral team. Yeah,
Exactly.
no, I agree with you. I agree. There should be always some kind of communication. Cool. So, what else other than, because we've spoken quite a bit on education now?
Yeah,
Is there any other precious thoughts preoccupying your your
you
your
you
your
were
your
just
mind?
you were discussing the birth of Jesus, Hazrat Isa.
Oh, right, yes, and Masihi Muslim. I think we. Yep. Sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
And it reminded me listening to Dr. Hany on the subject. And
Okay.
he
Yeah.
he gives a totally different interpretation, saying that both Yahya, Hazrat Yahya and Hazrat Isa were the children of Zechariah,
Yeah.
which he's trying to actually what he's doing is he's giving a presentation which I totally disagree with.
Yeah.
So have you read his or heard of his interpretation?
I have. I heard of it. Not so. I think earlier this year was it or something. I definitely. Yeah, I heard that he was saying, right, that he was saying that Zakaria alayhi salam was the wife. Zakaria alayhi salam was the husband. Sorry, of Maryam alayhi salam, and yeah, I found it very, very kind of strange, really. So yeah.
Now, what was the age of Hazrat Zakaria when he is connecting Hazrat Maryam?
You see, okay, so right, I have in the past I did reach out to Dr. Hany saying, look, would you like to come and have a discussion on my podcast? In fact, recently I just had a message from someone saying that, oh, they spoke to him. And I said this earlier this year, by the way. So it's been like about 7 months now, 6, 7 months. I said it, I think late last year and then into the new year. But somebody just told me, I think 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, that oh, they spoke to Dr. Hany and he, I don't know, they must have mentioned me, and so he said, yeah, Mufti Abu Layth reached out to me and he asked me to come on his show, but I didn't like the format, and so the person was then telling me this, and I said, look, I said, oh, I don't know what you mean by the format. What was the format? So he said, I don't know. He thinks you're going to interview him. So I said, well, I don't know what that means, because I don't normally interview people, but I have just a discussion with them. And look, my point was simple. Look, sure, to be honest, they were, you know, like if you want to talk about something, sure, you know, ahlan wa sahlan, let's talk, let's discuss. It is intriguing. It's, you know, okay, these are some kind of very out there theories that don't really seem to add up. But I'm curious that why you feel they add up. Obviously, he has the very lengthy videos, but in the videos, he's not being asked any questions. You see, it's just, it's like if you're talking to someone and you say something, then somebody could actually say, well, how do you answer this then in real time? So it just gives it more of a life to it, not to be sure. So one may be critical, but it's not criticism in the in the sense, I guess it is criticism, but it's not like, it doesn't mean somebody's being hateful or they're being even aggressive or it just means that like let's say I had a theory on something which I'm passionate about, if I was, and somebody said, well, would you like to talk about it? And then, you know, we could ask some questions, and because it is controversial, and so that's it. If you're not open to that, then that's fine. I mean, obviously, then it's just, but it makes it difficult to, you know, to kind of, because people would have questions and you want to connect. So I think what he's doing is he's reading the Quran and he's saying, well, look, Maryam and alayhi salam and Zakaria are listed close together in certain things. And it mentions that Zakaria, you know, Maryam they're in the same home at a certain point, because it mentions he comes to the room and he finds her there and he says, oh, what's this? And so there's conversations going on between them, and she's also asking for a sign, and he's asking for a sign, and so maybe these are the same people, and he's kind of joining the dots. But you see, it doesn't. See, this is like a huge stretch, because, well, okay, well, we know. Okay, I don't know if "know" is the right word, but we understand from biblical history that Mary is related to Elizabeth. So Elizabeth is the wife of Zechariah. I mean, she's the mother of John the Baptist. So Elizabeth is much older than Mary. So, but she is like a cousin, I believe, or something of Mary. So they are closely related. In fact, whose painting is it? The famous bloody hell. Is it
Da Vinci?
No, not Da Vinci's. Is it Caravaggio's, or is it the let's see, or is it one of let me type in. Okay. No, it's no, it's 1 second. Just when it's on your mind and you're like, what is the? But anyway, it's done by several people. But I was just thinking, what's the fame? There's a bunch of famous ones by. Okay, so there's Whedon, but there's more than Whedon. There's right. This is where I needed Jamie to say, Jamie, bring it up. What's the some of the famous visitation paintings? But yeah, so you have a bunch of these paintings, right? Where I mean, that's obviously art. I mean, I'm just saying it. Obviously, where Mary is visiting Elizabeth, and they're both kind of pregnant in the image. But so he's making the assumption that she is the wife, and I feel that's like a huge leap. Even though some of the verses do fit together, because Zechariah does know Mary since she's very young. He knows her because he's actually related with the whole family. So that, and his wife, who's much older than Mary, is I believe, a direct cousin or something of Mary. So she's but they're closely related.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, cool. But yeah, that's that. Right.
Do you have any notion of what the age was? Because according to what we read in the Quran, is that he was in his advanced years, and so was the cousin, the wife of Zechariah. She says, "I'm in my advanced years." So basically, the age difference between.
But does she say that? No, yeah. I mean, okay, two things. First of all, yes, she is. In the general Christian tradition, she is much older than Mary. But does it say that in the Quran that she's really old, or does it say that she's? Does it say that she's barren? It does say
in the Quran also.
Doesn't it say she's barren?
She's barren. Yeah, she's barren. Yeah, that's what the Quran says. You're right.
But yeah. So, but barren, about the old age, it's saying about Ibrahim's wife. قَدْ بَلَغْتُ مِنَ الْعُمْرِ أَتِيَّ. Isn't that about Ibrahim's wife, as opposed to Zechariah's wife is saying it about being barren in the Quran, and she assumes she's barren. So yeah, but okay, sure, no. Right, cool. Let's wrap. Okay.
Now, basically, what I see is when the Quran says the similitude of Jesus is that of Adam. Mm-hmm. Now, where is the similitude? That's what we have got to look. The similitude is actually, if you read Surah Al-Hujrat 15:29, what we see is Allah Ta'ala fashions Adam out of clay. Now, when the clay part, the human is complete, he does not command the angels to prostrate to Adam. Only when he puts his spirit into Adam, his spirit, he says, now prostrate to Adam. Now, the one individual, or you can say is Iblis, he says, no, I
Sure.
am not prostrating to Adam. Now, he should have been given a medal of honor for not doing so. Because he's saying, no, Allah Ta'ala, I'm not prostrating to anyone but you.
Yeah.
But what happens is he's asked to exit paradise because Allah Ta'ala gives him a chance, saying, what is your reason for not prostrating? And he goes into this physical comparison. I am made of fire and he's made of clay. As such, I am superior to him.
Yeah.
Now, why does he say he's superior to him? Because he does not see the Spirit of God in Adam. Allah Ta'ala was not asking everybody to prostrate to the clay.
So what you're kind of saying is, sorry to kind of sum it as well, to kind of bring it to a, because there's a bunch of people as well. I want to kind of get to them. So what you're saying is the similitude is more in the spirit that is breathed into, and when Jesus is born, the same wording is used, that nafakhna fihi min ruhina, from our spirit is breathed into Mary, the Quran mentions when it comes to Jesus, and the same thing is mentioned for Adam. That is a similitude. Yeah, you're right. That's a very profound similitude which I overlooked, and I think maybe certain people may have overlooked that, and I think that's shukran. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. You're right. That's and to people's attention. That's there's something about whatever that means. I mean, I don't know what that exactly means, the spirit, but whatever it means, there is this similitude of this kind of very extraordinary quality of the spirit with Jesus and the spirit with Adam. So
you see, and further down, if you look at it, if in the same Surah Al-Hujr, it talks about the progeny of Satan. So basically, who are the progeny of Satan? Who failed to see the Spirit of God. So basically, that's why they're called progeny of Iblis, because as Iblis could not see the Spirit of God in Adam, but saw only his clay part, all those who fail to see the Spirit are the progeny of Iblis. Sure. I won't take more of your time. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Shukran, right, for your insights. Take care. All right, people. That was Masihe Muslim. And right, let me just check who we've got here in the studio. Then we're gonna we'll wrap this up as well. We've got Dr Hashim Abu. Let me add. Assalamu alaikum, Abu Fatima.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Dr. Abduh? Sorry.
No, ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban. Shukran, much appreciated. How are you doing? I'm great, lillahi alhamd. More importantly, how are you, and what thoughts are preoccupying your precious mind, Dr. Hashim?
Well, thoughts are quite a bit, but they are actually few that we both disagree on. Okay.
Sure.
I've been listening to you.
I'm sure we all disagree on everything, so koi baat nahi, chalta hai. We gotta kind of I'm sure I say to people sometimes that I disagree with myself on many things. So other people, min babi ola, of course they will disagree with me. I disagree with myself. But yeah, you're saying so. Okay. So what are some of these?
First of all, now finally I found how to interact with you. I've been listening to you for a few months, maybe 6 months or more.
Okay.
But I couldn't find, because of the time differences, because I'm Saudi, you're in UK. So
you're in Saudi. Okay, mashallah. Yeah, my first question, should have been where are you, which normally is, today I'm a bit slow, I think. I didn't get, the coffee here, it didn't really work on me today. Because my first question is usually, where are you joining us from? So That's I should have asked that. So we're in Saudi. Is it Riyadh or
No, Taif.
Taif? Oh, actual Taif. Wow. Okay. So sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is, this was the reason I couldn't find how to interact with you. Few questions are I'll come back to is transgender, because I know you have different thoughts about the things gays and lesbians, LGBTQ.
Okay. I don't know. Do I have different thoughts? I don't know.
Means different from the mainstream Muslims.
Okay. I don't know. Do I? No. Do I?
Yeah, I've heard a few things which you answered.
Since you seem to know more about me than me, but okay, I don't know where I've said this. I don't know where you've heard these, but okay.
Okay, my point is, Mufti Abdullah, is that recently I've seen a few Muslim scholars, well-known scholars, not in America and Europe. They are joining hands with the LGBTQ, and as we see in Quran, it goes against the Quran. Then what is this fitna, Arabic fitna, not Urdu fitna?
Sure.
And why the scholars, Muslim scholars, of especially all over the world, I haven't seen it, except few like Daniel Hakikatju, but he's not a scholar. He's a researcher like myself. No big scholar have spoken of against it or refuted it. My point is that.
Refuted what? What are we talking about? What have they not refuted? What is the thing we're talking about?
The big scholar joining.
No. Yeah, but what are they joining? Like, what is the thing that they're joining hands with? What is the thing that they? What's the topic of, like, what are we talking about when you're saying they're joining hands with LGBTQ? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Because they're giving an impression they're still platonic. It's normal. Not means like humanity. It's platonic or it's normal that LGBTQ rituals, that paganic rituals. Paganic ritual. I have researched on that ritual.
Pagan rituals for.
Yes. They pour water on the ground, but if you go into the tahqiq or research of this ritual, it's very satanic. And
sorry, what are we talking about? What I don't understand what we're talking about.
Should I refer to that event? And
are you talking about Sheikh? What's his name? Sheikh Suleiman, Omar Suleiman. This is what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Spilling the. But what have I got to do with Sheikh Omar Suleiman's doing? I don't know what the.
I'm not
what is
saying
the question?
I'm not. The question is why the Muslim scholars, which are the well-known scholars, not refuting this act which he did. That's the
why
main
are they
question.
not refuting him spilling water?
Joining hands with the priests of LGBTQ and doing this paganic ritual.
Right. Okay. So. Look, to be honest, so just to understand the question, right? So Dr. Sheikh Omar Suleiman did something, which is where he went to some protest and he, what was the word of the ritual? But where they pour some water, and this has its roots in some pagan practices. Now, Sheikh Omar Suleiman, obviously, in his defense, said, "Look, I just went to the protest. Obviously, we didn't know exactly what was going to happen. I did what they did, and to be honest, they poured water. I poured water. I didn't realize there's a history of some religiosity. Like if we're walking and you all touch this wall, and I say, all right, am I supposed to touch it? And you touch it and say, oh my God, did you know 400 years ago there was a witch that used to touch this wall and you did it? So I don't bloody know the history. I'm just doing what everybody's doing. So, okay, now this is the story of it, but I don't see why. But personally, what Sheikh Omar Suleiman does, what is that got to do with? You're asking, should we comment on it? Is this the question? Why should we all be talking about it? I don't see why. It's...
Actually, scholars should say that this is a wrong thing which he did. Scholars, not commoners who don't have the.
Was it called libation or something? Was it called like I remember Sheikh I remember it was at the time when Sheikh Omar Suleiman did this. It was being
Around 2 years
discussed by
ago.
Haqiqat Ju,
Yeah, Hakikat, yeah, exactly.
and he mentioned libation. Yeah, that's it. Libation, a drink poured out as an offering to a deity. So, okay, the pouring out of a libation. Yep, a drink. A tequila is also halal. Ye bhi hota hai. He probably did it as a tequila, yaar. He probably thought, yeah, I'm doing this. He probably thought, I thought we were going to lunch. It's like a lunch break. So, look, I don't think people have to condemn him. If people want to condemn, personally, is it really something? Is this really that big of a deal? Somebody goes and pours some water, and is it a big deal to you, Abu Fatima? Do you feel that's a really big deal?
Abul is because I am a student of knowledge, so not big deal because I know that what he's doing is wrong. I correct, but the common people who take him as a beam of light, understanding my point.
So
They
do you feel that, for example, libation increased amongst the Muslim communities after Sheikh Omar Saleh? Did it increase?
Not libation.
It didn't increase.
No. This is not that point. Point is joining hands with LGBTQ promotes their agenda into Muslim society.
Oh, so this isn't about the libation. This is about what there were gay priests that were present, and why did he join hands with gay actual hands, or as in his metaphorical hands, as in
no, actual hand, and also
actual
the
hands. Was it nutty? Was it like whilst they were joining hands, were they doing this?
I didn't look deep into this video.
Was there like whilst they're standing there, hands coming around on the shoulder? It's like oh yeah. So right, okay. So the question is, Muslims should be anti-gay. Is this the question? Do you feel Muslims should be anti-gay?
Not that type of anti-gay. Okay, there are two types of anti-gay. The religious, one is.
I don't know about any of them. Tell us.
One is Mufti Abulais is the thing which we call Jahal, which is in Pakistan, from where I belong and you belong. That anything which goes against your perception of religion, he should be killed, or he should be destroyed, or he should be
killed.
Clearly, that's the thing which I saw in Pakistan.
Who should be killed? Oh, you mean like, oh, right, okay. You're saying people do this out of ignorance. They attack people, not that kind of. So you're saying, so there should be no violence, no persecution, no abuse, nothing like this. But you shouldn't support their right to be gay. This is what you're saying. Okay.
No. Again, wrong. No.
Oh, no. Okay.
They are free.
They can. Okay. So you do support their right to be free.
Yeah. I'm totally
so you
with
support
the
their right
humanitarian
to be free to
humanitarian thing that they want to be gay. It's their choice. It's between them and Allah. And if they're Muslim, but the point is we should preach the message. Listen, this is the thing. Quran tells us this. If you're a Muslim, if you're non-Muslim, again, which religion, for example, Bible speaks against that act of Lot, people of Lot. Jews also have the same text. But if someone is still, after delivering the message, continues, it's between him and his God, right? We are not there.
So I don't understand. So the question is that, right, so in society, people, so you agree, I'm just being clear, so you agree people have the right to be gay. Now you're saying, well, however, we should go around telling them what the Quran says about that. Is this like, so we should go up to gay people and say, do you know what Allah says in the Quran about? Is this what we should be doing? Do you think, is that what a duty that Muslims
if they're Muslims.
But okay, but look, but let's take America. You're talking about America as an example. Muslims are a tiny minority in America, tiny, insignificant, almost minority. So majority of America is not Muslim. Like a minority of that's minority people. So when you're speaking generally about issues in a country, you're going to speak about the norms, not the exceptions.
Yeah.
So the norm is you're not talking about Muslims. So America is not Muslim, and a minority, a very small minority of the 300 million people of America are Muslim, tiny people. So it's insignificant. It's like if you're trying to speak about Chinese issues in the UK. Like there are Chinese people that live in the UK, but they're they're not. It's not the UK though. So when you're speaking about LGBTQ or people being gay or people being in America, now you're speaking about the American people, which for the absolute overwhelming, utter, astronomical majority are not Muslims. So what's the issue? The issue is, should you go around telling them about the Quran and stuff? Is this the issue? But they're not Muslims, so why are you telling them what Allah says?
In that minority, the beam of light is, for example, Umar Suleiman. That minority looks towards Umar Suleiman as a source of heed or hidayah, right? Because he's their sheikh, the famous sheikh. And when why
do you feel like, okay, let's take, because right now I don't understand. This is obviously all about, let's say, Sheikh Umar Suleiman. I don't know why I'm speaking on behalf of Sheikh Umar Suleiman.
Last time
I spoke to him, it was about, I think I spoke to Sheikh Umar Suleiman. It's probably been about, what was it, about 5 years ago?
5 years, yes, exactly. I saw you and Naman.
So I since then I don't think we've ever spoken. So I'm not really. I don't think he would want me speaking on behalf of him. He would be
I don't want you to speak off of him. I'm saying the scholars should say that what he did was wrong, publicly on their channels, not directly telling to you. I'm just saying that.
Let's roll with it. Let's unpack this here slightly. So what we're saying is, in America, they are. So you agree that Americans, they're absolutely in their right to be gay. There's no issue with this from your side. You're not disagreeing with that.
It's just choice, Mufti Abdullah. What I have to do with that? Their choice.
Yeah. So now what you're saying is you have LGBTQ, let's say, I don't know what like rallies, or you have rights or whatever. So people like Sheikh Umar Suleiman are supporting those people, or they're supporting that movement, or they're not condemning, they're not being outspoken against these things. This is the issue. Can I ask, first of all, okay, we'll come to some Islamic side in a moment. Do you feel that, what is the insecurity about this? I'm just trying to understand that. What disturbs you about this?
If something is haram in Islam, according to Quran, how can you promote the agenda of that fitna into your own community by joining hands with the people who are promoting it? Qawm-e-Lut, the people who did that act, man with man, it's totally prohibited in Quran. I know you disagree.
Wait. Actually, let's start on that. Why do you say I disagree? What have I said?
Because Mufti Abdullah, I saw a few videos. I'm not sure if you changed your perspective.
No, but what did you see? Say what you saw, because I don't know what you
referred to some sources of Muslim history where Abbasid, I think, or
but
Mobi.
Yes, of course. So when I gave references of some Muslim scholars who said homosexuality was permissible, did I say that I believe it to be permissible?
But no, I didn't. I don't remember that you say that.
No, so you just said no, but you just said I know you disagree. So I'm curious, when you said that I know you disagree on this, where did you hear me disagree?
In that video which I saw of you.
So where I said some people disagreed. You're saying so okay. So if I say to you, some people have said, it's some Muslims like ISIS have said,
maybe then you're right.
Is
You're
this,
right. Maybe
when
then
you're
I got
referencing
wrong
something,
perception of your
No, I said no. I'll tell you what I said in the thing.
Yeah.
I said I gave a history of and a diverse perspective. I said there are ulama. They were in a minority. This is who they were. They said homosexuality was not haram. This is who they were. Yahya ibn Aktham and so on. Some people
Exactly.
try to challenge this, but it's there in the books. And let's just be honest. Like a lot of the ulama of not a lot, but there were several ulama from Islam who are bisexual. I mean, it's very clear in their books. They make all these. Ibn Hazm's book is full of it. All these other, it's very clear. Their own. They'll speak of sexual tendencies. They'll speak of when they're fascinated. And I mention a history. Now, I'm not saying this is a value judgment.
I'll take my words back. I apologize. Maybe I got the wrong perception of you.
Right. So then I did say that, look, some people, if they do follow that, let's say some people do follow it. They say, okay, well, this person said it. Like at the end of the day, I said, look, it's not our job to police people. You could say, look, I disagree with you. I actually said, look, you could say, I believe this is haram. That's your view. They might say, look, I don't believe it's haram. Okay, it's their view. You might say your view is wrong. But this is all part of the discussion that has happened in Islamic history, whether we like it or not. We could say, look, the majority have said it's haram, and a minority of people have either been very ambivalent on the matter, and some have said it's not haram. But the difference is when people are going to say, well, see, because the point of that discussion when I made the video was saying that people were they were persecuting certain people who obviously, especially Muslim homosexuals. And I said, well, this thing is utterly unacceptable. And if you look at the Islamic history, there is a diverse history, whether you like it or not. You can pretend it doesn't exist there, but then that's munafiqah, that's nifaq. A person saying, look, I pretend. Let's be honest. Most of you name me a scholar almost. Okay, that's a bit of a stretch, but most scholars from most or many, right? If you've studied Islamic literature, many countless scholars of Islam, they appreciated bisexuality. So they clearly had an appreciation for it. Whether they practiced it or not, it's difficult because most of them won't talk about their private lives, but they will write in their poetry praising how beautiful certain boys are, how sexually attractive they are, how they want to kiss them, how they want to do all these things. All of them, I don't know if you read Arabic and you read these poems, clearly they just read Ibn Hazm, Tawq al-Hamama is full of it. He'll talk about, I witnessed this, the Imam, he mentions the Imam's son in his time, he mentions all these people in Qurtuba. You pick up you pick up the books. I quoted the poem from Qadi Bakr ibn Arabi. I quoted Imam Nawawi's thing. People got upset. They misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying, look, Imam Nawawi in his fatwa says everybody knows that boys, he says many boys are far more beautiful and attractive to men than women. And I was like, I don't relate at all to what he's saying, but this clearly he's saying this. He's acknowledging a bisexual tendency, but it doesn't mean now he's saying he's gay. Like people are saying, oh my God, this is an insult. I never said that. So people obviously are going off their own way. But look, okay, let's kind of reel this back. What are the insecurities that people have? Like, what do you feel is what bothers you? I get it. You're saying that these people like Sheikh Omar Suleiman is a sheikh. Now, but what's the insecurity? Do you feel more people are becoming gay because of Sheikh Omar Suleiman?
And not only Sheikh Omar Suleiman, the agenda which is being promoted within our society, Muslim society, through different things, not only through Sheikh Omar Suleiman, through media, cartoons, full of gay things that little
okay. I do agree with you. I agree with you that I do feel there is a disproportional kind of push on all of this stuff, on the LGBTQ thing. There is a push that is disproportionate. So you're right. Like I see things in cartoons. I see things like much more than you'd see in just say generally that you'd see. Now that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It does exist. But I feel there's a quota in media to make sure every show, for example, has now a gay couple in it. Every show has and even children's shows, they have to make sure and there is a somewhat of a disproportionate push on trying. Well, it doesn't tally with what the numbers, but it seems to think it's like, well, this is obviously they've got an agenda, and they may say, well, the agenda is to make it seem more normal so people don't abuse them. And that's a, you know, that makes sense from one perspective. The other perspective is, well, it may be misrepresentative of reality, because it's not actually, it does exist, but it's not to that extent that it's being. And I must say, one thing that I did speak on that I did find disturbing was, in the UK, there were certain schools that they wanted from a very young age push a lot of this onto kids, this kind of sexualization. And I felt that this is like kids that are just 5 years old, 6 years old. And I felt that this is really disturbing, that you are trying to push all of this sexualization onto kids. Kids, you know, they don't deserve that. They're just innocent. Like, leave them alone. And when they reach an age of some kind of, shall we say, discernment, and they have some kind of that they have at least reasonable, I don't just mean common child understanding, somewhat, they at least 10, they're that kind of age. Sure, you want to discuss certain things, discuss it with them. But I think to discuss this with like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, to be look, I have no problem, I've said this in the past, I have no problem even to 5-year-olds saying that people, if they said, like, let's say in school they said, look, some people have 2 mummies, some people have 2 daddies, TK, because that is the case, and there are some kids in the school that do have that. So you could, that saying that is, that's absolutely fine. That's just describing reality. But I have made a point there as well. I have said that I find it then hypocritical that you're not allowed to say that some people have 2 wives. That people find this, you know, because polygamy is in the schools here, or in the general broader Western culture, it is really like demonized. And I find that strange, that why can't, because that's also reality, isn't it? Some men, especially within the Muslim community, some people do have 2 wives, some people have 3 wives, maybe, okay, not as much, but you get some that do. And so in that sense, that's also descriptive of reality. So schools, in young schools, they should also be able to say that. They should say that, by the way, some people, you know, they, in their home, they have 1 dad and they have 2 moms, and, you know, their dads have 2 wives. And I see that as the hypocrisy of the system, that they condemn that, and they say that, oh, but the other one, we're just describing reality, you know, because if we don't teach the kids, then how are they supposed to understand that some people in the school might have, which is true, some kids in the school do have like 2 dads at home or 2 moms at home, but some kids in the school have also, their dads have got like 2 wives and 3 wives. So what, especially in the Muslim areas. And yeah, this is a hypocrisy, clear hypocrisy. So look, but I do say, look, I've said this in the past. I don't think this is where. So here's where I'm at. Look, Abu Fatima, I feel that it is true. There is, you know, a lot's going on in society. It's not just LGBT stuff. There's a lot more wishy-washy stuff going on in society, which does disturb people. You know, like now you're not even allowed to say what a man is. You're not even allowed to say what a woman is. You're not, you know, there's a whole program, What is a Woman? And what's his name? What's it? Matt Walsh, I think. He goes around interviewing people, and they're not allowed to say what is a woman. And I think it's like disturbing for people, because it upsets people that because if you say, oh, you're a bigot, you know, you're not allowed to say, this is a woman, because anybody could be. I right now, I would say I'm a woman, you're a woman. Okay, we're women now. Okay, we say, you know, it's just, you say it and it is. It's like,
my point is, Mufti Abdullah, is that saying that crow is white, it doesn't turn it white.
Yeah, I agree with you. I 100%. These wishy-washy things are disturbing. I agree with you. That said, I disagree. You see, people say, well, you see, all of this is kind of put into one lump, because obviously you're saying, well, the LGBT, you know, you've got homosexuals, and then you've got this as well. So people are putting it as one. I would say, you see, look, when it comes to the homosexual issue, homosexuality, I would say, as Imam Malik said, when he was asked in the Mudawwana, that he said that what should we do? We have, like the people said, we have communities that are Zoroastrian communities that marry their sisters and marry their mothers and marry their daughters and marry their sons. They do incest. Should we hal na'ridu lahum? Should we interfere? Because Muslims had some authority. Imam Malik said, La. He said, La na'ridu lahum. He said, Huwa dinuhum. That's their deen. And Allah has tolerated shirk, which is a'zam than this, nikahul akhwat wa nikahul ummahat. And I would say incest, that's definitely far more disturbing to people. People who are disturbed by homosexuality, they would be much more disturbed by incest, right? Natural, because obviously a person's own mother, a person's own father, a person's own sister, own brother, own children. This is like, even animals don't. You see, incest, if you in the book Third Chimpanzee, Jared Diamond, he presents research on incest. Even animal species don't commit incest. They would choose he shows the study on mice that were separated since birth. They don't choose the sibling still, they choose the cousin, but they don't choose the sibling. So if they'd been separated since birth, but they could somehow see something about the smell that no. So the point is that Imam Malik was saying, look, it's their way of life. It's their way of life. Like, sure, so homosexuality, look, if it's their way of life, it's their way of life. I don't think by people being gay makes us gay.
No.
Like if there were 100 gay people standing on the street, we're not going to become gay just because there's gay people standing here. It doesn't. I think this is an unnecessary insecurity. Like some people have, like, oh my God, we're all going to become gay, like because some people are gay. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. Look, if it's their life, it's their life. Let them be. But I do agree that, you see, things aren't just. It's not this homosexuality. I believe that we are now in an era where there is this kind of like this really wishy-washy age coming about, where you're not allowed to say, you're being silenced. You're being silenced on just having a belief. Like, even, look, I did say that, you see, now if you say, there was a clip I spoke about that some person, in some places, you're not, like, they don't want you to even say women have babies. You can't say that. You have to say people with capacity to get pregnant.
One psychologist, so let me cut you here. One psychologist was asked on a national TV, do you believe transgender a woman? He said, this is a very wrong question, because yes, I don't believe they are women. And he gave the points. They cannot bear a child. Their DNA makeup is not what a woman has. So yes, they're not women. But I'm not saying in that matter that you are expecting me to say.
Yeah, but I want to say here, look, there are studies, right? Psychological studies. You're right that, look, the chromosomes don't change and these things don't change, but there are studies that you'll have certain regions within the thalamus, so the male brain. So this is the problem today. In this day and age, so much is going on. So the male brain and the female brain are not like mirror images of. In fact, it's not just about, obviously, male brain. They're going to say, well, there's a size difference because of the body size difference. It's not about that, but there's certain things within it that are slightly different, and one of them is the allocation, or regional allocation to sexual differences. So you have within the thalamus certain regions and other parts that are different. Obviously, you have the androgen receptors, which are behaving different because of the testosterone as well, that's impacting the male brain. But you have certain regions in the brain that in a man there's more of these kind of these neurons that are active for that are sexually that represent sexuality in a man, in a male than in a female. There's certain different ones, and you see a difference. So now the interesting thing is that they did find in certain people, in, let's say, gender dysmorphia, you did find that certain people, when they did they operated and when they became transgender, that the brain that they had actually correlated with the other gender that they changed to. So they did find that in several cases. Now the question is, it's not obviously in all the cases. I get that, and there are several. There's a lot of stuff on where people have regrets as well, and that's obviously something important as well. And these things, I do believe these things are, they are very serious things that people need to obviously think through and discuss with professionals like doctors, which I'm sure they do. The only thing, look, to me, a person, it is their life, their journey. If they have this struggle that they feel, look, I feel that this is, this is the, like my whole life I felt I'm the opposite gender, this is not this, and they speak to consultants. I'm not a consultant, right? I'm not somebody that's an expert
I'm a
on that.
psychologist.
Sure, no, I'm a psychologist as well, but I'm not a person that will speak to. I mean, I have a degree in psychology and I have a background in psychology as well, but I'm not a medical professional that deals with these in a. But let's say they speak to the professionals, they get their consultant kind of professional opinion, they realize and they take that decision. That's up to them. It's their life, it's their choice, and they will walk the path. And with many people, I do know it has been like this was something that changed their life for the better. But there have been other cases where they felt that it became an absolute kind of catastrophe and they couldn't undo it, and all these articles online. I would say, look, these are people's choices. It's not for me, it's not for you, it's whatever. It's the medical professional that deal with them, it's their journey. But the only thing I would say, and I'm worried about, is with children. You see, I just feel that with children, these things, you see, that's where, for me, it's like, well, I don't know what's going on. You see, I don't feel that an industry that is now becoming more corporatized and more kind of a lot more money is being pumped into it. I feel that, see, children, they have to, because if a child says this, well, okay, you see, because this is the child at a decision level to be making these decisions. I don't know but this seems very dangerous to me, the child thing. An adult, a person that, look, they've lived their life, they say they've experienced gender dysmorphia, they're the opposite side, they've spoken to professionals, they make that choice, that's their life. Okay. TK, it's look, at the end of the day, if you're going through some condition, you're going to speak to a psychiatrist, you're going to speak to some professional, they're going to give you the advice. You might speak to 2, you might speak to 5, you follow it, it's your life. The only thing is with children, I would say that you shouldn't put children through this kind of stuff until they can't make a decision for themselves, because that, unless it's a different, because there are some conditions which are different from childbirth. It's very, like you have certain where the doctors from childbirth would say that, oh, like they're born with both genitalia and they're
intersex. Yes, I know.
Yeah, intersex kind of. So that's different. I'm not talking about that they do from a childhood kind of advice and stuff.
Exactly.
But yeah, so this yeah.
Thanks for insight, Mufti. Abulais, my second and last question, because I have to go on duty.
Yeah, I think we'll wrap. This has gone on, but yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Well,
why not to preach, and not directing it towards you?
Sure,
I'm directing in general towards Ahl Sunnah scholar. Why not to preach Tashai Muslims?
Preach what? Sorry. Preach the Shia, like Shia Muslims.
Yes, Shia. Because my background is I was born and brought up as a Shia, but then I went through researches on our own, through our own books, and now I follow those things which I found correct according to my own research. So you can say I'm the cast out.
Okay,
So,
wow. Okay, so
why not to preach?
You're from a Shia background. Yeah.
Why not to preach to Shia about the things which are totally wrong and have become taboo in their religion, in their aqidah?
You see, look, Right. This is the thing. I feel that what happens is it just becomes an argument, a debate, not just a debate, but an argument. It just becomes fighting, sectarianism. You see, people are what they are. They're born on it. Look, people can change. I get this. I'm not against being open to discussion, but I feel that some of these are moot points. Like, they're not going to get anywhere. You're just going to have a view, they're going to have a view, and you're just going to clash. It's better to let people walk their own path. Some people, through as they question things, they may feel, yeah, this doesn't add up to me, or I want to ask someone. Sure, in that case, if somebody comes to you, then discuss with them. But I feel you taking it to people just leads to kind of sectarian fighting. And if they come to you, then by all means, you talk, you sit down, you provide answers. But I'm not personally for all the kind of Sunni Shia debating thing, because I feel it does no good. It just does harm.
Yeah.
And
But
people can't control it.
Mufti Abduh, I have a question. Then why, as a part of our duty, as a part of responsibility according to Islam, we are for the preaching, right? And you should preach the religion in both ways,
Sure,
Islah
but
and calling towards Islam. Means Islah for the Muslims and calling towards Islam to the non-Muslims, right?
yeah,
Where
well,
does that fit it like that?
right. Okay, look, right, look. This is, I feel there's a lot of misunderstanding around this, that people feel they have a duty to preach. I feel there's a misunderstanding around that. I don't feel we have I feel, let me rephrase it. We have a duty to be an example. There's a difference, not a duty to preach. We have a duty to be an example. Now, you may say be an example by the word, but more importantly, live it. Like that, this kind of teaching, should we preach fiqh? Should we preach aqidah? Should we preach this kind of stuff? It never said this anywhere. Preach aqidah, preach fiqh, preach. It just said, look, be examples of virtue. Yeah, like, sure, Muslims, they should be pillars of a community. They should be people who help people who do charity, people who speak of God's glory. Like, wherever they go, they, always praise God. They see that to that. So if you want to call that preaching, or you want to call that teaching by example, however we want to call it, it doesn't make a difference. That, I agree, there's spot on. Sometimes we confuse that with preaching information about all these, and I think that's what that does, is it makes us very judgy. Like, we start, like in Arabic, they'll, like many of the ulama would say, kunu du'atan la qudatan. If they become qudat, it's like yaqdi ala nas, it's like you're condemned to hell, you're fasiq, I'm better than you, I pray 5 times a day, I do this, I do that. Oh yeah, speaking of salah, you know what? I need to quickly do my salah. I forgot. Yeah, salam. Hashim, yeah, Abba Fatima, doc. Oh, you are a doctor. You're an actual doctor. You're a psychiatrist, then I take it.
And a medical
so when
doctor.
you said psychologist, yeah, because in the UK, a psychologist is not a medical professional. He's a psychologist, but a psychiatrist is a doctor on about mental illnesses and stuff. So when you said that, I didn't get. But about Fatima, it's been a pleasure to Sharraft. Do stay in touch. I'm just going to quickly have to do that. So take care. Right.
You too, and thanks for letting me talk to you, Mufti Abduh. And
no, absolutely, pleasure. Take care. Assalamu alaikum. People, speaking to Abu Fatima, wow, what a discussion, just going off on so many permutations. A lot there being discussed on issues, homosexuality and stuff like this. Yeah, look, in a nutshell, what I would say, seriously, I think people, the best possible thing you could do is focus on yourself. be an example of light. Just live. Don't. Yeah, you know, there are confusing times, but look, people don't. I think if a person focuses on themselves, and then like the Quran says, "Qu anfusakum." You want to save someone, you want to focus on someone, on yourself, it says. Then ahlikum, your family. Then ashiratakum. Then you kind of, there just be a light shining for people. Let people see you and think, yeah, why is that guy always so positive? Why is that person always so, happy? Why is this person so tranquil? Why is this person always at peace? I want what they have. Allah. This is how people came to Islam. This was the message of the Prophet. I think, it's not let's not worry about condemning. Let's not worry about, let's worry about inviting. Let's worry about, welcome everyone, and I think there's great messages in that. There's a great message. Yeah, right, people, I'm going to leave you with that. I don't know what people are discussing in here, some kind of debate they're going on, I don't know. Right, Rohim, TJ used to guilt trip. All right, Rohim, you're part of the Yahoo membership, Yahoo YouTube memberships. Drop me a message on Insta. I've been trying to reach out to the members, but YouTube interface to speak to the members is so anybody who's a YouTube member, do drop me a message on Insta, let me know, and I'm going to be setting up certain things for you guys. Okay. And other than that, people, it's much love. I gotta sign out. For those of you who want to reach out to me, Instagram, you're more than welcome. Look, there's a lot of detailed questions. You're more than welcome to have one-to-one perspective sessions. You go to Patreon, it's /MALM. You can subscribe to the tier, and you can get one. It shows you how to kind of slot yourself in using the schedule. You can have one-to-one perspective sessions and use them, and there I can discuss, to your heart's content within the hour, the hour that you have there. And right, people, much love. May Allah bless you. May He enlighten your path ahead of you. Ameen. Take very good care of yourselves. Salamullahi alaikum wa khuda hafiz.